Photostat, GN 10151. 124. Notes: Andrews' legacy. Nobody probably knew Charlie Andrews as well as I did. Gurudev was Guru Master O him. When we met in South Africa, we simply met as brothers and remained as such to the end. There was no distance between us. It was not a friendship between an Englishman and an Indian. It was an unbreakable bond between two seekers and servants. But I am not giving my reminiscences of Andrews, sacred as they are. I want Englishmen and Indians, whilst the memory of the death of this servant of England and India is still fresh, to give a thought to the legacy he has left for us both. There's no doubt about his love for England being equal to that of the tallest of Englishmen, nor can there be any doubt of his love for India being equal to that of the tallest of Indians. He said on his bed from which he was never to rise, "Mohan, Swaraj is coming." Both Englishmen and Indians can make it come, if they will. Andrews was no stranger to the present rulers and most Englishmen whose opinion carries weight. He was known to every politically minded Indian. At the present moment I do not wish to think of English misdeeds. They will be forgotten, but not one of the heroic deeds of Andrews will be forgotten so long as England and India alive. If we really love Andrews' memory, we may not have hate in us for Englishmen, of whom Andrews was among the best and the noblest. It is possible, quite possible, for the best. 128. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Englishmen and the best Indians to meet together and never to separate till they have evolved a formula acceptable to both. The legacy left by Andrews is worth the effort. That is the thought that rules me whilst I contemplate the benign face of Andrews and what innumerable deeds of love he performed so that India may take her independent place among the nations of the earth. How not to do it? Professor Rangowan is a co-worker whom I have had the pleasure of knowing for a long time. He is brave and good-natured, but he has the knack of often saying things he ought not to and doing wrong things at the wrong time. He sent me a telegram when he had decided to break the order of interment served upon him. He knew that he was under discipline. If he had left me the time, I should have asked him to obey the order to confine himself to his place, Nidubral. By compliance he would have shown a fine spirit of discipline, and today he would be doing constructive work in his place and earning the privilege of joining the Civil Disobedience Brigade. As it is, in my opinion, he has harmed the cause and done no good to himself or anybody. He has harmed the cause by setting a bad example to those who look up to him for guidance. If I could persuade him, I would certainly advise him to inform the authorities that he had committed a breach of internal discipline for which he was sorry, and that, if he was discharged, he would gladly proceed to Nidubral and remain there till the order of interment was withdrawn. I make bold to say that, if he followed my advice, he would help me and help the country's cause. Sevagram, April 9, 1940. Harijan, April 13, 1940. 125. Charka Swaraj Ahimsa. A correspondent says now that civil disobedience is in the air. I must once more, even at the risk of repeating myself, summarize in a single article my arguments showing that there is a vital connection between the Charka, Swaraj and Ahimsa. I gladly make the attempt. The spinning wheel represents to me the hope of the masses. The masses lost their freedom, such as it was, with the loss of the 1ng Ranga. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 129. Charka. The Charka supplemented the agriculture of the villagers and gave it dignity. It was the friend and solace of the widow. It kept the villagers from idleness. For the Charka included all the anterior and posterior industries: inning, carding, warping, sizing, dyeing and weaving. These in their turn kept the village carpenter and the blacksmith busy. The Charka enabled the 700,000 villages to become self-contained. With the exit of the Charka went the other village industries, such as the oil press. Nothing took the place of these industries. Therefore the villages were drained of their varied occupations and their creative talent and what little wealth these brought them. The analogy of the other countries in which two village handicrafts were destroyed will not serve us because, whereas the villagers there had some compensating advantages, India's villagers had practically none. The industrialized countries of the West were exploiting other nations. India is herself an exploited country. Hence, if the villagers are to come into their own, the most natural thing that suggests itself is the revival of the charkha and all it means. This revival cannot take place without an army of selfless Indians of intelligence and patriotism working with a single mind in the villages to spread the message of the charkha and bring a ray of hope and light into their lusterless eyes. This is a mighty effort at cooperation and adult education of the correct type. It brings about a silent and sure revolution like the silent but sure and life-giving revolution of the charkha. 20 years' experience of charkha work has convinced me of the correctness of the argument here advanced by me. The charkha has served the poor Muslims and Hindus in almost an equal measure. Nearly 5 crores of rupees have been put into the pockets of these lakhs of village artisans without fuss and timtaming. Hence I say without hesitation that the charkha must lead us to Swaraj in terms of the masses belonging to all faiths. The charkha restores the villages to their rightful place and abolishes distinctions between high and low. But the charkha cannot bring Swaraj, in fact it will not move, unless the nation has faith in non-violence. It is not exciting enough. Patriots yearning for freedom are apt to look down upon the charkha. They will look in vain to find it in history books. Lovers of liberty are 130. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Fired with the zeal to fight and banish the foreign ruler. They impute all the vices to him and see none in themselves. They cite instances of countries having gained their freedom through seas of blood. The charkha devoid of violence seems an utterly tame affair. In 1919 the lovers of the liberty of India were introduced to non-violence as the only and sure means to Swaraj and to the charkha as a symbol of non-violence. The charkha found its proud place on the national flag in 1921. But non-violence had not gone deep into the heart of India, and so the charkha never came into its own. It will never come into its own unless the vast body of congressmen develop a living faith in non-violence. When they do so they will, without needing any argument, discover for themselves that there is no other symbol of non-violence than the charkha, and that without its universalization there will be no visible expression of non-violence. It is common ground that without non-violence there can be no non-violent disobedience. My argument may be false, my data may be faulty. But, holding the views I do, let me proclaim that without fulfillment of the conditions prescribed by me I simply cannot declare civil disobedience. Sevagram, April 9, 1940. Harijan, April 13, 1940. 126. My position Nawabzada Liaquat Ali Khan has, in his criticism one of my reply to Quaidism, put some questions which I gladly answer. I must adhere to my statement that I have never spoken to anybody on the communal questions as a Hindu. I have no authority. Whenever I have spoken to anybody I have spoken as a congressman, but often only as an individual. No congressman, not even the president, can always speak as a representative. Big things have always been transacted on this planet by persons belonging to different organizations coming together and talking informally in their non-representative capacity. I fear that even the answer I am about to give must be taken as representing nobody but myself. In the present instance I have reason to say that probably I do not represent any single member of the one for extracts from Liaquat Ali Khan's statement. Vide Appendix extracts from Liaquat Ali Khan's statement, April 4, 1940. 2. Vide my answer to Quaidism, March 30, 1940. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 131. Working Committee. I am answering as a peacemaker, as a friend and may I say brother of the Mussulmans. As a man of non-violence I cannot forcibly resist the proposed partition if the Muslims of India really insist upon it. But I can never be a willing party to the vivisection. I would employ every non-violent means to prevent it. for it means the undoing of centuries of work done by numberless Hindus and Muslims to live together as one nation. Partition means a patent untruth. My whole soul rebels against the idea that Hinduism and Islam represent two antagonistic cultures and doctrines. To assent to such a doctrine is for me denial of God. For I believe with my whole soul that the God of the Quran is also the God of the Gita, and that we are all, no matter by what name designated, children of the same God. I must rebel against the idea that millions of Indians who were Hindus the other day changed their nationality on adopting Islam as their religion. But that is my belief. I cannot thrust it down the throats of the Muslims who think that they are a different nation. I refuse, however, to believe that the 8 crores of Muslims will say that they have nothing in common with their Hindu and other brethren. Their mind can only be known by a referendum duly made to them on that clear issue. The contemplated Constituent Assembly can easily decide the question. Naturally, on an issue such as this there can be no arbitration. It is purely and simply a matter of self-determination. I know of no other conclusive method of ascertaining the mind of the 8 crores of Muslims. But the contemplated Constituent Assembly will have the framing of a constitution as its main function. It cannot do this until the communal question is settled. I still believe that there can be no Swaraj by non-violent means without communal unity. And 8 crores of Muslims can certainly bar the way to peaceful freedom. If then I still talk of civil disobedience, it is because I believe that the Muslim masses want freedom as much as the rest of the population of this country. And assuming that they do not, civil disobedience will be a powerful means of educating public opinion, whether Muslim, Hindu or any other. It will also be an education of world opinion. But I will not embark upon it unless I am, as far as is humanly possible, sure that non-violence will be observed both in spirit and in the letter. 132. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I hope the Nawabzada has no difficulty in believing that whatever is gained by civil disobedience will be gained for all. When India gets the power to frame her own constitution, the Muslims will surely have a decisive voice in shaping their own future. It will not be, cannot be, decided by the vote of the majority. Lastly, I suggest to the Nawabzada that he wrote in haste the lines about the President of the Congress. For they are contrary to the history of our own times. And he was equally in haste in suggesting that the sole objective of the Congress under Mr. Gandhi's fostering care has been the revival of Hinduism and the imposition of Hindu culture on all and sundry. My own objective is not the issue in the terrible indictment. The objective of the Congress is wholly political. Nothing is to be gained by making statements that are incapable of proof. So far as my own objective is concerned, my life is an open book. I claim to represent all the cultures, for my religion, whatever it may be called, demands the fulfillment of all cultures. I am at home wherever I go, for I regard all religions with the same respect as my own. Sevagram, April 9, 1940. Harijan, April 13, 1940. 127. Letter to N.R. Malkani. Sevagram, Warda, April 10, 1940. My dear Malkani, our letters one crossed. In view of your ever-increasing liabilities there, you must be glued to Sindh. Don't be in a hurry to join the Satyagraha Committee. You are of it without being a member. There is no struggle in sight yet. Silent work is what is needed to give me courage. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 936. One Vide letter to N.R. Malkani, May 4, 1940. Volume 78. 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 133. 128. Letter to Kanvarji K. Parekh. Sevagram, April 10, 1940. CHI. Kanvarji, I have your letter. If you go to Panchgani, I think it would be better for all of you to go. I will make inquiries at Panchgani. If proper arrangements cannot be made in Panchgani, then, I think, it would be better to pass the summer where you are. There will be no harm if the temperature does not go above 102, but if your health deteriorates, We will have to find out some other way. I am not writing separately to Balkrishna and Kankanban. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9736. Also CW 716. Courtesy, Navajavan Trust 129. Letter to Prithvi Singh Sevagram, Warda, April 10, 1940 CHI. Prithvi Singh, I have your letter. Must you write in English? I merely passed on the telegram I had received from Gunter. I did not suggest that you should go. But that is over now. You need not feel concerned if anybody distorts what I write. What certificate need I give you? Need I give one to Mahado? I do not intend to write anything. Get on with your job and everything will be all right. Do not move about much. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 5637. Also CW 2948. Courtesy, Prithvi Singh 134. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi 130. Letter to Agatha Harrison Sevagram, Warda, April 11, 1940. My dear Agatha, I do not know what to say or how to console you. Perhaps CFA's death has hit you the hardest. But you are a brave woman. Let us all forget his death and make him live by working in his spirit at the legacy he has left to us. Here is a copy of my note 1 about it. I can't realize that CFA is gone. He was an institution. He was love incarnate. You will guide me about his sister's wants and the like. I told him when I was last with him that he must not worry about this part of his obligation. What about his copyright? You have to be my eyes in every business matter regarding CFA. I want you not to worry about the Indian situation. Apparently it is as bad as it can be. Nevertheless, I have no worry in me about it. My trust is wholly in God. He will give the right guidance if we will let him. Fancy, he has left us the choice. What a democrat! Let us do what may seem to us to be best and then rejoice in the thought that the disposition is with him. In the concrete I have nothing to impart just now. There is no CD. Just yet, so far as I can see. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 1515 131. Letter to N.S. Hardikar Sevagram, Warda, April 11, 1940 DEAR Dr. Hardikar, I have your letter. The cord that is once broken is not easily joined. There was a time when I had thought our hearts had met. Neither the blend nor the breach is a mechanical act. My desire and effort must be to gain as many co-workers as I can get and by whom I won Vide Notes, September 4, 1940. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 135. Can swear. How that confidence can come I do not know. I hope you realize that the barrier does not make the slightest difference in my regarding you as an esteemed co-worker. The difficulty, if there is one, is more moral than practical. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from the original, N.S. Hardikar Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 132. Letter to Gladys Owen. Sevagram, Warda. My dear Gladys. April 11, 1940. Though your question was urgent, I could not overtake it before now. I think you should hold on to the ashram and do what you can. It is clear that you are wanted there. You must have read all about CFA when he was a man of God. Yours sincerely. BAPU. From a photostat, CW 11281. Courtesy, Dr. Priyamvada Mathur. 133. Letter to Prabhavati Sevagram, Warda, April 11, 1940 CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. I am glad that you have come to like the place. Take care of your health. Rajendra Babu has recovered. I am quite well. I am writing to Jayaprakash. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3539. 1 CF Andrews had died in Calcutta on April 5. Vide cable to Agatha Harrison, May 4, 1940. 136. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 134. Letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli Savagram, Warda, April 11, 1940 CHI. Vijaya, I have your letter. I understand what you say about father. Why did Manubai undertake the fast? Why are your letters incomplete? Amritmal is coming here for some work. I am sending him your letter. Everyone here is fine. We are having a stream of guests. It is quite hot here. Blessings to both from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 7126. Also CW 4618. Courtesy, Vijayabanam Pankoli. 135. Letter to Dinesh Singh. Savagram, Warda, April 11, 1940. CHI. Dinesh, I had your letter. Some days ago Dadu wrote to me that he wished to stay with mother. I had also written to mother accordingly. I do not know what happened afterwards. Normally, no one would shift Dadu in a hurry. Keep me informed of whatever happens. Does Dadu really wish to stay with mother? Blessings from Shri Dinesh Singh Kalakankar. BAPU. The Doon School Dehradun, UP. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 8674. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 137. 136. Letter to Sri Prakasa. Savagram, Warda, April 11, 1940. By Sri Prakasa, I had sent to Harjan my criticism one of the judgment on the basis of your report. Subsequently I learned that the judges had not made those statements and that you had withdrawn your comments. Although I have not seen these reports, I have withheld my comments. Was it some mistake on the part of the leader? Blessings from Sri Prakasa Savashram Benners. BAPU. From the Hindi original, CW 9759. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 137. Telegram to Jamnal Bajai. W. Arda. Jamnal Bajai Jaipur Congratulations 2. Stay as long as necessary. April 12, 1940 BAPU. Panchvin Patrako Bapuka Shervad, pages 233. 1 Vide an unjudicial dictum, February 4, 1940. 2 On the settlement between the Jaipur state and the Jaipur Rajya Praja Mandal. Vide Jaipur state and Praja Mandal, April 14, 1940. 138. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 138. Letter to Lord Linlithgow WARDHA, April 12, 1940 DEAR Lord Linlithgow, I hasten to acknowledge with thanks your very prompt and clear reply 1 to my letter of 4th instant. It frees me from anxiety, and ought to set at rest the domestic difference. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a microfilm, number 109, Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India 139. Letter to Atulanand Chakrabarti Savagram, Warda, April 12, 1940 DEAR Atulanand, I have your second letter. I finished reading the book today. On the whole I like it. I have a lurking fear that you have not always adhered to truth. For any departure from it to prove one's thesis in the end damages it. There are some howlers. Look at pages 135, second para. The instance of the Emperor Jahangir alone should eloquently prove the point. How can one instance prove a general point? At pages 151, you say India is thousands of miles wide. Is it? As a matter of fact not more than 1,500. Then you have not given the dates to your quotations in the appendix except in one case. For the student there are not the necessary verifying references. What you have given is not enough. And think of the spelling mistakes. Unpardonable. but the book should serve a useful purpose in spite of the one vide appendix letter from Lord Linlithgow, September 4, 1940. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 139. Defects. If you have adhered to truth, you should go on canvassing opinion as you are doing. I hope to refer to your book in Origin 1. Don't be in a hurry. Why not approach even Q.A. Jinnah? Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, CW 1482. Courtesy, A.K. Sen 140. Letter to Devchendu Parikh Sevagram, Warda, April 12, 1940 CHI. Devhan Bhai, Chandraban may come any time towards the end of the month. Tell her that it is quite hot here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 5703-141. Letter to Vithal Pai M. Patel Sevagram, Warda, April 12, 1940 CHI. Vithal Pai, I have your letter. I could read it only today. Pay no attention to others' criticism but go on doing whatever Harjan work you can. Vande Mataram from M.K. Gandhi from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 83. One Vide Hindu Muslim Tangle, April 29, 1940. 140. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 142. Letter to Drive Gopik and Bhargava Sevagram, Warda, April 13, 1940 DEAR Dr. Gopikan 1, what do you say to this? To yours, BAPU from the original, PRLO papers. Courtesy, PRLO. 143. Letter to S. Satyamurti Sevagram, Warda, April 13, 1940. Dear Satyamurti, I have your letter. I think we both mean the same thing. I shall bear your letter in mind. You must not be ill. Yours sincerely, Sri Satyamurti, Mayor. M.K. Gandhi. Ripon BLDGS Madras. From the original, S. Satyamurti papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. One leader of the opposition in the Punjab Assembly to the references to a letter from Tarachan Jingan taking exception to the addressee's support to Caxars. The addressee had voted against the government on the adjournment motion on the Caxar police clash at Lahore on March 19, 1940. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 141. 144. Letter to Jang Bahadur Singh Sevagram, Warda, April 13, 1940 Bhai Jang Bahadur Singh, your letter. You are right. Plying the charka is not enough. It should go with all the things that it implies. I hope Krishna is doing well. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 1337-145. Jayaprakash's picture. The following draft resolution was sent to me by Sri Jayaprakash Narayan. He asked me, if I accepted his picture, to put it before the working committee at Ramgarh. The Congress and the country are on the eve of a great national upheaval. The final battle for freedom is soon to be fought. This will happen when the whole world is being shaken by mighty forces of change. Out of the catastrophe of the European war, thoughtful minds everywhere are anxious to create a new world based on the cooperative goodwill of nations and men. At such a time the Congress considers it necessary to state definitely the ideals of freedom for which it stands and for which it is soon to invite the Indian people to undergo the uttermost sufferings. The free Indian nation shall work for peace between nations and total rejection of armaments and for the method of peaceful settlement of national disputes through some international authority freely established. It will endeavor particularly to live on the friendliest terms with its neighbors, whether they be great powers or small nations, and shall covet no foreign territory. The law of the land will be based on the will of the people freely expressed by them. The ultimate basis of maintenance of order shall be the sanction and concurrence of the people. The free Indian state shall guarantee full individual and civil liberty and cultural and religious freedom. provided that there shall be no freedom to overthrow by violence the constitution framed by the Indian people through a constituent assembly. 142. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The state shall not discriminate in any manner between citizens of the nation. Every citizen shall be guaranteed equal rights. All distinctions of birth and privilege shall be abolished. There shall be no titles emanating either from inherited social status or the state. The political and economic organization of the state shall be based on principles of social justice and economic freedom. While this organization shall conduce to the satisfaction of the national requirements of every member of society, material satisfaction shall not be its sole objective. It shall aim at healthy living and the moral and intellectual development of the individual. To this end, to secure social justice, the state shall endeavor to promote small-scale production carried on by individual or cooperative effort for the equal benefit of all concerned. All large-scale collective production shall be eventually brought under collective ownership and control, and in this behalf the state shall begin by nationalizing heavy transport, shipping, mining and the heavy industries. The textile industry shall be progressively decentralized. The life of the villages shall be reorganized and the villages shall be made self-governing units, self-sufficient in as large a measure as possible. The land laws of the country shall be drastically reformed on the principle that land shall belong to the actual cultivator alone, and that no cultivator shall have more land than is necessary to support his family on a fair standard of living. This will end the various systems of landlordism on the one hand and farm bondage on the other. The state shall protect the interests of the classes, but when these impinge upon the interests of those who have been poor and downtrodden, it shall defend the latter and thus restore the balance of social justice. In all state-owned and state-managed enterprises, the workers shall be represented in the management through their elected representatives and shall have an equal share in it with the representatives of the government. In the Indian states, there shall be complete democratic government established, and in accordance with the principles of abolition of social distinction and equality between citizens, there shall not be any titular heads of the states in the persons of Rajas and Nawabs. This is the order which the Congress envisages and which it shall work to establish. The Congress family believes that this order shall bring happiness, prosperity and freedom to the people of all races and religions in India, who together shall build on these foundations a great and glorious nation. I liked it and read his letter and the draft to the Working Committee 1. The committee, however, thought that the idea of having one on March 15. Vide discussion at Working Committee, March 15, 1940. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 143. Only one resolution for the Ramgarh Congress should be strictly adhered to, and that the original, as framed at Patna 1, should not be tampered with. The reasoning of the committee was unexceptionable, and the draft resolution was dropped without any discussion on merits. I informed Sri Jayaprakash of the result of my effort. He wrote back suggesting that he would be satisfied if I could do the next best thing, namely, publish it with full concurrence or such as I could give it to. I have no difficulty in complying with Sri Jayaprakash's wishes. As an ideal to be reduced to practice as soon as possible after India comes into her own, I endorse in general all except one of the propositions enunciated by Sri Jayaprakash. I have claimed that I was a socialist long before those I know in India had avowed their creed. But my socialism was natural to me and not adopted from any books. It came out of my unshakable belief in non-violence. No man could be actively non-violent and not rise against social injustice no matter where it occurred. Unfortunately, Western socialists have, so far as I know, believed in the necessity of violence for enforcing socialistic doctrines. I have always held that social justice, even unto the least and the lowliest, is impossible of attainment by force. I have further believed that it is possible by proper training of the lowliest by non-violent means to secure redress of the wrongs suffered by them. That means is non-violent non-cooperation. At times non-cooperation becomes as much a duty as cooperation. No one is bound to cooperate in one's own undoing or slavery. Freedom received through the effort of others, however benevolent, cannot be retained when such effort is withdrawn. In other words, such freedom is not real freedom. But the lowliest can feel its glow as soon as they learn the art of attaining it through non-violent non-cooperation. It therefore gladdens me to find Sri Jayaprakash accepting, as I read his draft, non-violence for the purpose of establishing the order envisaged by him. I am quite sure that non-violent non-cooperation can secure what violence never can, and this by ultimate conversion of the wrongdoers. We in India have never given non-violence the trial it has deserved. The marvel is that we have attained so much even with our mixed non-violence. 1. On March 1. Vide Appendix A Resolution, January 3, 1940. 2. Vide Letter to Jayaprakash Narayan, March 31, 1940. 144. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Sri Jayaprakash's propositions about land may appear frightful. In reality they are not. No man should have more land than he needs for dignified sustenance. Who can dispute the fact that the grinding poverty of the masses is due to their having no land that they can call their own? But it must be realized that the reform cannot be rushed. If it is to be brought about by non-violent means, it can only be done by education both of the haves and the have-nots. The former should be assured that there never will be force used against them. The have-nots must be educated to know that no one can really compel them to do anything against their will, and that they can secure their freedom by learning the art of non-violence, that is, self-suffering. If the end in view is to be achieved, the education I have adumbrated has to be commenced now. An atmosphere of mutual respect and trust has to be established as the preliminary step. There can then be no violent conflict between the classes and the masses. Whilst, therefore, I have no difficulty in generally endorsing Sri Jayaprakash's proposition in terms of non-violence, I cannot endorse his proposition about the princes. In law they are independent. It is true that their independence is not worth much, for it is guaranteed by a stronger party. But as against us they are able to assert their independence. If we come into our own through non-violent means, as is implied in Sri Jayaprakash's draft proposals, I do not imagine a settlement in which the princes will have effaced themselves. Whatever settlement is arrived at the nation will have to carry out in full. I can therefore only conceive a settlement in which the big states will retain their status. In one way this will be far superior to what it is today. But in another it will be limited so as to give the people of the states the same right of self-government within their states as the people of the other parts of India will enjoy. They will have freedom of speech, a free press and pure justice guaranteed to them. Perhaps Sri Jayaprakash has no faith in the princes automatically surrendering their autocracy. I have. First, because they are just as good human beings as we are, and secondly because of my belief in the potency of genuine non-violence. Let me conclude, therefore, by saying that the princes and all others will be true and amenable when we have become true to ourselves, to our faith, if we have it, and to the nation. At present we are half-hearted. The way to freedom will never be found through half-heartedness. Non-violence begins and ends by turning the searchlight inward. Sevagram, April 14, 1940. Harijan, April 20, 1930. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 145. 146. Jaipur State and Praja Mandal. At last a settlement has been reached between the state and the Praja Mandal in Jaipur. The credit for this happy consummation belongs both to the authorities and Sheth Jamnalalji. Let us hope that the settlement will lead to cordial relations between the authorities and the Praja Mandal, and that the cooperation will result in progressive betterment of the people of the state in every respect. For this the state will have to show toleration and the Mandal restraint in all its doings and utterances. Sevagram, April 14, 1940. Harijan, April 20, 1940. 147. Letter to Akbar Haidari, April 14, 1940. DEAR Sir Akbar, you have given me stone when I had asked for bread, when I failed to see the slightest connection between a simple performance of a promise and the big question of communal unity. And how can unity be brought about in the face of events like Bitter, too, if the papers are to be believed? As you know, I have put a gag on myself regarding Hyderabad, but I feel that I must not do so now, if I am to do my duty by the people of Hyderabad. This treatment of the State Congress and the reported happenings in Bitter have filled me with misgivings. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a copy, C.W. 10,253. 1-inch reply to Gandhiji's letter dated March 21. The addressee wrote, "There is only one problem before us all, and that is the removal of communal tension. Here in Hyderabad we are working in the face of great obstacles to bring contending parties together so that they move jointly in a truly national endeavor. Our attitude towards the National Conference has been determined by this more than by any other consideration. To avoid wanton destruction in Bitter, April 30, 1940. 146. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 148. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Sevagram, Wardha, April 14, 1940. CHI. Narandas, what is the correct position regarding this one? Behar Pai was saying that Gokabin used to get the amount regularly. If there has been any change, please let me know. The amount should of course be sent to her. Show her this letter. Since when has the remittance been discontinued? Blessings from BAPU, from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. Also CW. 8572. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 149. Question box. Danger of delay. Q. You say you will not launch civil disobedience till congressmen are fully trained in non-violence and disciplined. That is right. But in the meantime the country is being bled white. Increased railway fares, duty on sugar, the reduction of sugarcane prices are only a few instances in point. Is it right to delay the struggle till our best workers are picked off one by one, and thus lose the fight without striking a blow? I can cite far more telling instances than you have given for justifying civil disobedience. But civil disobedience is not being delayed for want of justification. It is being delayed for want of preparation. I should be a stupid general if I began the fight in spite of my knowledge that my resources are poor. If the leaders are picked off by the government without just cause, it would mean an invitation to the Congress to fight. I would not answer the invitation if I were not ready. The leaders being picked off can do the country no harm. For we know that disciplined jail-going is itself a part of the struggle. Moreover, the imprisonment of leaders will test our strength as an organization. A non-violent organization implies the equal education one. The reference is to a letter from Manubin Mashruwala to Gandhiji, written at the instance of Gandhiji's sister, Raliatbin alias Gokabin. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 147. And therefore equal fitness of all units. That we have not arrived at that stage shows our ignorance of the working of non-violence. Authorized and unauthorized strikes. Q. In your leading Article 1 of March 30, you have hoped that passive satyagrahis will not interfere with the course of the struggle by precipitating strikes of laborers. There is just this cryptic word precipitating and nothing more. When I read it first, I did not particularly notice it. But I had to do a lot of explaining later. Unless a very careful reader were trained to understand your way of thought and expression, one is likely to go astray. One may miss the force of the word precipitating and understand it as if you frowned upon all strikes of laborers. With the recent Ahmedabad fight for a war bonus, no one would be entitled to regard you as an opponent of laborers' strikes as such. The strike in Ahmedabad was indeed averted, but you had approved of it and the workers realized their demands. The work in Ahmedabad was done methodically. There was proper presentation and working out of laborers' demands, completing of arbitration, full notice and balloting of the over 100,000 votes on the question of the strike. I believe that, if after such methodical work a strike cannot be averted, you will approve of it and only assure yourself that there is no violence. A. You are right. I consider myself to be an expert in organized strikes. My first successful attempt was made in South Africa under most adverse circumstances. I improved the technique in Ahmedabad. I do not claim to have reached perfection. I know that strikes can be made irresistible. I have discountenanced only unauthorized strikes. The Congress has not gained control over labor. Some congressmen have. Almost all the strike leaders have their own methods. All of them are not non-violent. Some are ruled by selfish considerations. Some others are unscrupulous. What I, therefore, ask for is at least passive, if not active, cooperation. I shall not need strikes for the purpose of the struggle. What shape mass civil disobedience will take, if it ever comes, I cannot say. But I can say what it will never do if I have anything to do with it. I know that, if the Congress had non-violent control over all labor in India, the Congress could become far more powerful than it is today. That control will come when the Congress has one policy about labor and has enough workers to give effect to it. Untouchability and conversion Q. If the object of the Congress in the liquidation of untouchability is to give Harijans a status of equality with the rest, is this not achieved by their one vide every Congress Committee a Satyagraha Committee, March 25, 1940. 148. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Conversion to Islam? Why does the Independence Pledge allocate the program of the removal of untouchability to the Hindus only? Does this not show that Congress is anxious to maintain a Hindu majority and therefore denies to the Mussalmans their right of conversion? A liquidation of untouchability cannot be attained by the conversion of untouchables to Islam or any other religion. For it is the so-called caste Hindu who has to rid himself of the sin of untouchability. He can wash away the stain only by doing justice, however tardy, to the outcast. You will thus see why Muslims are not invited by the Congress to share the burden with the Hindus. They have committed no sin against the untouchables. I cannot prevent you from looking at a simple but necessary social reform as a political dodge to maintain a majority. Tens of thousands of Hindus who are doing penance have no thought of majority. All they want is to do justice to those whom, under the guise of religion, caste Hindus have reduced to a state worse than slavery. Lastly, you are hopelessly wrong in suggesting that the Congress denies the right to Muslims to convert untouchables. The Congress cannot prevent anybody from doing conversion work. Whether you will exercise the right in the right manner or wrong is for you to consider. Sevagram, April 15, 1940. Harijan, April 20, 1940. 150. Letter to Margaret Firks. Sevagram, Warda, April 15, 1940. DEARSISTER 1. I thank you for your clear answer to my letter. I realize that you cannot act otherwise than you have done too. Of course my effort will continue. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, CW 10940. Courtesy Marjorie Sykes 1, a Quaker friend of Mary Barr who was at this time secretary of the Quaker group around Hoshangabad and Itarsi. 2. Gandhiji had been working to obtain the release of a young German who had been interned by the government of India as an enemy alien although he was firmly anti-Nazi. The government was willing to grant the release of the internee provided the Quaker group with which he was connected would sponsor, employ and maintain him. The addressee had answered Gandhi's enquiry in this regard, explaining the group's inability to undertake such a responsibility. Volume 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 149. 151. Cable to HGWELLS 1. Before April 16, 1940. Received your 5 ARTICLES 3. CABLE 2. Have carefully read your. You will permit me to say you are on the wrong track. I feel sure that I can draw up a better charter of rights than you have drawn up. But of what good will it be? Who will become its guardian? If you mean propaganda or popular education, you have begun at the wrong end. I suggest the right way. Begin with the Charter of Duties of Man. Both D and M capitals, and I promise the rights will follow as spring follows winter. I write from experience. As a young man, I began life by seeking to assert my rights, and I soon discovered I had none, not even over my wife. So I began by discovering and performing my duty by my wife, my children, friends, companions, and society, and I find today that I have greater rights, perhaps, than any living man I know. If this is too tall a claim, then I say I do not know anyone who possesses greater rights than I. The Hindustan Times, April 16, 1940. 152. Danger signal. The happenings in AJMER are a danger signal if the facts received by me are correct. I have no reason to doubt their accuracy. The facts are these. There was a khadi exhibition held during the National Week by known workers. The promoters had arranged a series of lectures on the importance of khadi and other village. 1 Herbert George Wells, 1866–1946. English novelist, sociological writer and historian. Author of The Time Machine, The War of the Worlds, The Shape of Things to Come, The Outline of History, The Invisible Man, and various other works. To the addressee had sought Gandhiji's opinion on the rights of man drawn up by him, a public discussion on which was going on in the British and Indian press. 3. Published in the Hindustan Times. 150. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Industries. The national flag was hoisted as is usual at these functions. The authorities served a notice that a flag having been erected on the rampart of the fort had caused annoyance to some of His Majesty's subjects and should be hauled down within an hour. The promoters claimed that the ground was under municipal jurisdiction, and that they had authority from the municipality to hold the exhibition. The protest was of no avail. The flag was unceremoniously hauled down by the police and addresses prohibited. If the exhibition was held under the permission of the municipality, the interference with the flag was clearly illegal. But apart from the illegality, the hauling down of the flag was a highly provocative act. An insult such as this can easily lead to unexpected results. I suggest that the matter is one for the central authority to investigate. I hope that the central authority does not want to provoke a clash, which is highly likely if incidents like the AJMER one are repeated. It would be deplorable if the non-intended happened. The promoters telephoned to me for advice immediately the incident happened. Contrary to their expectations, I advised the workers to submit to the order. Ordinarily I would not have a moment's hesitation in advising disobedience of such an order. I am the author of the flag. It is dear to me as life. But I do not believe in flag waving. This flag represents unity, non-violence, and identification through the charkha of the highest with the lowliest in the land. Any insult to the flag must leave a deep scar on an Indian breast. But today unity is lacking. The Muslim League has declared its hostility to the flag. Those who honor it do not accept the authoritative implications of the flag. And the nation is preparing for a vast struggle. In a situation such as this, I felt that the best course was to suppress the impulse to answer the insult. I felt that the restraint would be a test of the discipline of the workers in AJMER. It would be a lesson to all India in the non-violent technique. and an opportunity for the central authority to undo what appears to have been a wanton interference with the ordinary peaceful non-political activity of the Congress. It should be remembered that the exhibition had nothing whatsoever to do with the impending struggle. I congratulate the workers on their prompt compliance with my instructions. They have strengthened the Congress by showing their capacity for observing discipline. Sevagram, April 16, 1940. Origin, April 20, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 151. 153. Repression in Jodhpur. News about repression in Jodhpur is disquieting. The Jodhpur Lok Parishad, which according to the information in my possession has been before now held in respect by the local authorities, has suddenly been declared illegal. Several prominent workers are under detention without trial. Speeches and processions are banned. What is worse is the speech delivered by the Maharaja Bahadur justifying the order. It reads as if a mountain was in labor. The following are extracts. 1. Form the report of the speech. Members of the Lok Parishad have recently become increasingly violent in their denunciations of all established order and traditions. The members of this party ask us to believe that the sole panacea for the many diverse afflictions is to vote for and place ourselves unreservedly in the hands of the Lok Parishad. We are asked to believe that with the advent of power of the Lok Parishad there will be created a new heaven and a new earth. And I, the Maharaja of Jodhpur, am desired to place the destinies of my house and my people in the hands of the Lok Parishad in order that peace may reign and freedom be enjoyed by all. This is indeed a tall order and a bold demand. The Lok Parishad consists mainly of inexperienced young men who do not appear to have achieved much success in their various vocations. They show no sign whatever of any cooperative spirit. I do not consider it consistent with my duty, as a loyal ally of the British government, to allow a groundless political agitation to grow and spread in my state in time of war. Nor am I prepared any longer to allow an open campaign of subversive agitation manifestly designed to encourage our peasantry to revolt and to corrupt our youth. It seems that the voice is the Maharaja's, but the hand that has prepared it is not his. The speech consists of palpable exaggerations. The parishad has more than 30 branches in the state and has many experienced men as members. I have seen correspondence in which their cooperation has been desired and sought for. The Lok Parishad has never put forth the claim attributed to it in the quotations. It has responsible government within the state as its goal. It has carried on agitation in the recognized manner. I suggest that it is highly undignified for the advisers of the Maharaja to put into his mouth one of which only excerpts are reproduced here. 152. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Words that have no correlation to facts. They have not hesitated even to drag the war and the alliance with Britain to justify the hig-handed action adopted towards the parishad. The parishad, I am sure, will come out unscathed, if the workers can stand the test of self-suffering. Those who are imprisoned will be the Sultan Saviors of Jodhpur, for they will be trusted by the people as their real servants. It is not right for the princes and their advisers to ignore the time spirit and to resort to such statements and acts as cannot stand impartial scrutiny. I see from their leaflet that the parishad have asked for an open trial. They deny all the charges that are mentioned in the Maharaja's speech. The least that is owing to the public is proof of the indictment against the parishad. Meanwhile, and whether the parishad gets justice or not, I hope that its members will peacefully and bravely stand the sufferings that may be inflicted on them. Sevagram, April 16, 1940. Origin, April 20, 1940. 154. Letter to Manal G. Shah. Sevagram, April 17, 1940. CHI. MUNNALAL 1. I will give you some time. Avail yourself of it when I am taking my walk. If Kankan too also agrees, you may write to each other as much as you want, but through me. That will probably be much safer. I have even advised you that you would be committing no sin if you two live together. Kankan's zeal for service, however, is wonderful. I believe she will make progress. Stop getting up in the night. Everything will be alright if you keep yourself engrossed in work. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8547. Also CW 7081. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 1 An inmate of the Sevagram Ashram 2 Addressee's wife. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 153. 155. Letter to Pramabankantik Sevagram April 18, 1940 CHI. Prima, I have your letter, as also the pad one. It would have been better if you had written to me about the fast too before undertaking it. I might not then have tried to dissuade you, but would have, instead, shown you how to use it in a better way. I hope you are returning to normal food gradually. Your letter is incomplete. You have not said all that you should have said. That is not right. Write to me now if you can. If you want to come and talk things over personally, you may come. Blessings from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10406. Also CW 6845. Courtesy, Pramabankantik 156. Letter to Mridula Sarabhai April 18, 1940 CHI. Mridula, I have your letter. What you have written is correct. We shall solve it on another occasion if that is necessary. Mummy will be well. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 11211. Courtesy, Sarabhai Foundation. One of handmade paper to the addressee had undertaken a 7 days fast to atone for some lapses in her conduct while she was in Bihar. 154. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 157. Discussion at Congress Working Committee meeting Warda April 15/19, 1940. 1. Discussing the present political situation, Gandhiji said that the letters he was receiving from all over the country indicated that there was no atmosphere for the starting of the struggle. In Bengal and the Punjab, the struggle would not be against the British but against the respective ministries. People asked him what next. Some wanted to know if they were to leave their government jobs and join in the preparation. He was telling everybody to keep ready. He was in no hurry. Some people asked if he would commence the struggle in spite of the attitude of the Muslim League and the Kaksars. Congressmen, he continued, told him that there was neither honesty nor discipline in the Congress and there was no belief in the constructive program. All this did not encourage him to issue the word of command for the struggle. Talking of the international situation, he said, that did not affect him. His gaze was centered on the internal situation and that was not hopeful. Some people asked if he would sit still and allow the present opportunity to pass by. His reply was that he was helpless unless conditions precedent were fulfilled. Shri Jawaharlal said that all this was known at the time of the Ramgarh resolution. Nothing new had happened since. That resolution contemplated struggle if there was goading from the government. He asked if Gandhiji was contemplating a non-mass struggle. Gandhiji's reply was that he did not feel that government was bent upon goading. If he felt that he would not wait for numbers, he would begin with a few. Participation of even 50,000 satyagrahis would not make the action a mass struggle. Mass meant indefinite numbers. But if 50,000 satyagrahis offered themselves, it might mean that the door for mass civil disobedience had been opened. Shri Jawaharlalji said that the goading at present might not be sufficient but it would go on increasing. Should the nation not prepare to resist it? He was not prepared to say that action might be immediately precipitated. But it was a fact that the country was being pushed back. He asked Gandhiji what the latter would do if he got 50,000 satyagrahis. It appears from the contents that this was the meeting held at Warda from April 15 to 19, 1940, after the Ramgarh session of the Congress March 1940, and before the Working Committee meeting at Warda from June 17 to 21, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 155. Gandhiji's reply was that even then communal and other difficulties might make action difficult. Gandhiji wanted the members to consider the question of the struggle in connection with the attitude of the Muslim League and the terrorist activities of the Caxars. Dr. Mahmood said there was need to analyze the Muslim opposition to the Congress. He had no doubt that the nationalist Muslims had not discharged their duties properly. Today there was nothing in India which was distinctly Muslim. Every reform movement in India brought about further assimilation. Even the Theosophic movement had like results. Gandhiji's reforms also meant more Hindu revival than anything else. In his scheme of reforms there was no place for Muslims. The Congress was also guided by the spirit of Hindu revival. Gandhiji again asked the members to give him the benefit of their opinion about the starting of CD, taking into consideration the opinions expressed by Dr. Mahmood and Mr. Asaf Ali in addition to the attitude of the Muslim League and the Caxars. The Caxars wanted to terrorize the Hindus. His advice to the Hindus would be to fight this menace non-violently. This he could not do under the present circumstances from the Congress platform 1. Maulana Sahib's view was that Gandhiji was exaggerating the importance and strength of the Caxars. Their leader was an egoist who wanted to keep himself before the public eye anyhow. As for the movement, he said, the Congress was not writing on a clean slate. It would not change its policies in midstream. Gandhiji did not agree with Maulana Sahib in his analysis of the Caxars. He said the government this time would not be quick to repress us but would allow time to the opposition forces like the Leg and the Caxars to complicate the situation. When that happened, his fear was that people would be cowed down. Even if they acted they would do so violently. He would also not like, if he could help it, to irritate the Muslims by starting the movement. He did not agree with Maulana Sahib and Jawaharlalji. He thought there could be no mass CD. It was not possible at present to have corporate non-violence, which meant that all orders must be strictly obeyed and carried out. If these was disobedience and interference there could be no mass movement. The masses were connected with the movement but that connection was indirect. If there was proper discipline, he did not see any reason why individual CD should necessarily develop into mass C.D.It was one Jawaharlal Nehru, Shankarrao Diode, Sardar Patel, Sarojini Naidu, Vijayalakshmi Pundit, Akhiat Patwardhan, Vallabhbhai Desai and J.B. Kripalani then spoke in favor of starting CD, whereas Rajendra Prasad, P.C. Ghosh, Rajagopalachari and Pratabi Siddaramaiah expressed a contrary opinion. 156. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Possible that Congress might succeed if it started the movement. The government might accede to Congress demands. But that today would only mean that the Muslims were ignored. He did not want such a settlement or such a Swaraj. He had respect for Islam. He was not prepared to say that the League did not represent the Muslim mind. If Muslims wanted separation, he would not oppose. When they had it, he would oppose them non-violently. He knew in this matter the nation would not accept his lead and there would be civil war. He was, however, hoping that at such a time the Congress at least would be with him and would declare that it would be no party to coercing Muslims or to seeking British protection. During the course of discussion, Gandhiji stated his idea about the Constituent Assembly. He said when the Congress asked for the Assembly, it was understood that the Assembly would be free to decide the question of independence or dominion status. Of course the Congress demand for independence must stand. Jawaharlalji said that what was contemplated in the Congress resolution was that government should first declare India independent and then call a Constituent Assembly. He said he would insist upon every Tommy to withdraw from India before a Constituent Assembly could be called. He did not mind the European officers working under Indian direction. Gandhiji said that that was not his view of things. They both differed on this point but ultimately they seemed to understand each other and the matter was dropped. Warda Office, Satyagraha File, 1940-41. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 158. Letter to Balwant Sinha. Sevagram, April 19, 1940. CHI. Balwant Sinha. If you want to bind all letters into a book, use paper of uniform size. You did well in writing the letter. It was your duty. After writing it, your duty is over and mine begins. I have started investigating what you mention. There seems to be a difference between what is actually happening and your understanding of it. I put up with many things. Yes, it is true that I trust partner Car's scientific knowledge. I also trust your practical knowledge. You will gain more strength from what you are doing now. I shall see about Krishnachandra. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1933. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 157. 159. Letter to Balwant Sinha Sevagram, April 20, 1940 CHI. Balwant Sinha, see the enclosed. Mother Gita says that we should prostrate ourselves before one from whom we seek knowledge. We should repeatedly question him and serve him. One, see if Krishnachandra has the strength and seek instruction from him. You cannot have a better teacher. I have spoken to Mananlal. He will talk to you. His version is different. The arrangement that has been worked out should not be described as division of work. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1930-160. Letter to Purushottam K. Rajani Sevagram, April 21, 1940 Bhai Kukubahi. What Vithalda says is correct. Even so, there is no harm in your having yourself registered as an active member, since only those whom I call will have to join the struggle. I do not want to bring out persons like you at the moment. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 10844. Courtesy, Purushottam K. Rajani. 1 Bhagavad Gita, IV. 34. 158. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 161. Letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli Sevagram Warda, April 21, 1940 CHI. Vijaya, I have your letter. I hope father is calm. It is best that you stay there for the present. Write to me from time to time. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 7127. Also, CW 4619. Courtesy, Vijayabanam Pankoli. 162. Letter to K.M. Munshi. Sevagram, April 21, 1940. Bye Munishi, I will certainly read your book when I get the time. Shri Kanayal Munshi 26, Ridge Road, Bombay. Blessings from BAPU. From Gujarati, CW 7652. Courtesy, K.M. Munshi. 163. Letter to Valji G. Desai Sevagram, April 21, 1940 CHI. VALJI, is it not violence to make your handwriting so small, or to write with a lead pencil, or to write like I do? Because you have spent 10 rupees, perhaps you won't even take treatment now. You may now. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 159. Stay on in Bombay if it benefits you. I have your article also. I understand about Helen. What she requires seems a little excessive. And the English is none too good. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 7493. Courtesy, Valji G. Desai. 164. Letter to Haribhau Upadhyaya Sagaon, April 21, 1940 DEAR Haribhau, I have your letter. You will have seen Bapu's article 1 about AJMER. That should satisfy you. This is what Bapu feels about Ramnarayan. Bapu is satisfied with him and feels that he has changed a lot. However, one cannot say with certainty that the change will endure. But it is our duty to put trust in him, and take work from him. Bapu would ask you to talk to him frankly and express your opinion family. But if you still have your doubts, then tell him plainly, look, I still have my doubts. I hesitate to take work from you. If you feel shy and are hesitant in talking to him, you will not be doing him justice. The Davis ruler is a very good man. A note on him will certainly appear in Harijan. Yours, Maheda, from the Hindi original, Haribabu Upadhyaya Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 165. Interview to the New York Times before April 22, 1940. 2Q. I have heard it said on behalf of Britain, we cannot say what the new world is going to be at the end of the war. The Indian problem cannot be isolated from world problems. Dominion status under existing circumstances is the highest we. 1 Vide Danger Signal, April 16, 1942. The report by Amrit Kaur is dated Sevagram, April 22, 1940. 160. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi can offer India. You yourself have said, of what value is freedom to India if Britain and France fail? Can you throw some light on these points? A. The legal status of India, whether it is dominion status or something else, can only come after the war. It is not a question at present to decide whether India should be satisfied with dominion status for the time being. The only question is, what is the British policy? Does Great Britain still hold the view that it is her sole right to determine the status of India, or whether it is the sole right of India to make that determination? If that question had not been raised, there would have been no discussion such as we are facing today. The question having been raised, and it was India's right to raise it, I was bound to throw in my weight, such as it is, with the Congress. Nevertheless, I can still repeat the question I put to myself immediately after the first interview with the Viceroy. 1. Of what value is freedom to India if Britain and France fail? 2. If these powers fail, the history of Europe and the history of the world will be written in a manner no one can foresee. Therefore, my question has its own independent value. The relevant point, however, is that by doing justice to India, Britain might ensure victory of the Allies, because their cause will then be acclaimed as righteous by the enlightened opinion of the world. Q. Have you any views about World Federation Straits 3 scheme of 15 white democracies with India excluded at present, or about a federation of Europe with the British Commonwealth and again excluding India? Would you advise India to enter such a larger federation so as to prevent a domination of the colored races by the white? A. Of course I would welcome a world federation of all the nations of the world. A federation of the Western nations only will be an unholy combination and a menace to humanity. In my opinion, a federation excluding India is now an impossibility. India has already passed the stage when she could be safely neglected. Q. You have seen in your lifetime more devastation by war than there has been at any time in the world's history. And yet do you still believe in non-violence as the basis of new civilization? Are you satisfied that your own countrymen accept it? 1. This was on September 4, 1939. 2. Vide Statement to the Press, May 9, 1939. The text there reads, "But what will it the freedom of India be worth if England and France fall?" 3. C.K. Strite, an American journalist. The reference is to a scheme he had propounded in Union Now. VOL. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 161. Without reservation? You continue to harp on your conditions being fulfilled before starting civil disobedience. Do you still hold to them? A. You are right in pointing out that there is unheard of devastation going on in the world. But that is the real moment for testing my faith in non-violence. Surprising as it may appear to my critics, my faith in non-violence remains absolutely undimmed. Of course, non-violence may not come in my lifetime in the measure I would like to see it come, but that is different matter. It cannot shake my faith, and that is why I have become unbending so far as the fulfillment of my conditions prior to the starting of civil disobedience is concerned. Because, At the risk of being the laughingstock of the whole world, I adhere to my belief that there is an unbreakable connection between the spinning wheel and non-violence so far as India is concerned. Just as there are signs by which you can recognize violence with the naked eye, so is the spinning wheel to me a decisive sign of non-violence. But nothing can deter me from working away in hope. I have no other method for solving the many baffling problems that face India. Q. You want a declaration that henceforth India shall govern herself according to her own will. You also say, it is possible for the best Englishmen and the best Indians to meet together and never to separate till they have evolved a formula acceptable to both. When the British say, we are vitally interested in defense, out commercial interests, and the Indian states, are you willing to allow your best Englishmen and your best Indians to enter into a treaty in regard to these matters in a spirit of friendly accommodation? 2a. If the best Englishmen and the best Indians meet together with a fixed determination not to separate until they have reached an agreement, the way will have been opened for the summoning of the Constituent Assembly of my conception. Of course this composite board will have to be of one mind as to the goal. If that is put in the melting pot, there will be nothing but interminable wrangling. Therefore self-determination must be the common cause with this composite board. Q. Supposing India does become free in your lifetime, what will you devote the rest of your years to? 1. Vide notes. September 4, 1942. The passages within quotes are from the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1922. 162. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. A. If India becomes free in my lifetime and I have still energy left in me, of course I would take my due share, though outside the official world, in building up the nation on the strictly non-violent basis. Harijan, April 27, 1940. 166. Question box BEFQ. The Muslim public need to be satisfied on a very important question. Will the Muslims be allowed to eat their national food beef under a Hindu majority government? If you can satisfy the Muslims on this all-important question, a great deal of knots will be solved. You should give a straight answer to this question in your paper, Harijan. A. I do not know how this question arises. For whilst congressmen were in office they are not known to have interfered with the practice of beef eating by Muslims. The question is also badly conceived. There is no such thing as a Hindu majority government. If a free India is to live at peace with herself, religious divisions must entirely give place to political divisions based on considerations other than religious. Even as it is, though unfortunately religious differences loom large, most parties contain members drawn from all sects. It is moreover not true to say that beef is the national food of Muslims. In the first place, the Muslims of India are not as yet a separate nation. In the second, beef is not their ordinary good. Their ordinary food is the same as that of the millions. What is true is that there are very few Muslims who are vegetarians from a religious motive. Therefore they will take meat, including beef, when they can get it. But during the greater part of the year millions of Muslims, owing to poverty, go without meat of any kind. These are facts. But the theoretical question demands a clear answer. As a Hindu, a confirmed vegetarian, and a worshipper of the cow whom I regard with the same veneration as I regard my mother, alas, no more on this earth, I maintain that Muslims should have full freedom to slaughter cows, if they wish, subject of course to hygienic restrictions and in a manner not to wound the susceptibilities of their Hindu neighbors. Fullest recognition of freedom to the Muslims to slaughter cows is indispensable for communal harmony, and is the only way of saving the cow. In 1921 thousands of cows were saved by the sole and willing effort of Muslims themselves. In spite of the black clouds hanging over our heads, I refuse to give up the hope that they will disperse and that we shall have communal peace in this unhappy land. If I am VOL 78 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 163. Ask for proof. I must answer that my hope is based on faith and faith demands no proof. Death sentence Q. Do you consider death sentence to be against your principle of ahimsa? If so, what form of punishment would you advocate as a substitute in a free India? A. I do regard death sentence as contrary to ahimsa. Only he takes life who gives it. All punishment is repugnant to ahimsa. Under a state governed according to the principles of ahimsa, therefore, a murdered would be sent to a penitentiary and there given every chance of reforming himself. All crime is a kind of disease and should be treated as such. God est will Q. How can an ordinary man distinguish between God's will and his own will? A. By not regarding anything as God's will unless he has positive proof to the contrary. Not every person can know God's will. Proper training is necessary to attain the power to know God's will. An offense against Congress Q. Some of the Congress committees here in Cordoba during the last Independence Day celebrations got prepared national flags of uncertified khadi, and some of them got badge flags prepared from paper. They sold these to raise funds. When questioned, they pleaded that they wanted funds for the Congress and could not afford to sell badge flags made out of khadi for 1 piece each and still retain something for themselves. At some places I even found national flags hoisted which were of mill cloth and even without the spinning wheel. I personally feel that the spinning wheel and khadi are the very soul of our flag. And a national flag which is printed on uncertified khadi and without the spinning wheel mark on it, or a paper flag cannot be called a national flag. A. Your objection is sound. The Congress committees who used as national flags paper flags or those which were made of mill cloth or uncertified khadi or without the charka, committed an offense against the Congress. They betrayed little regard for the flag. Any rag cannot be used as flag. It has to conform to the prescribed pattern. If we do not respect our own flag, we have no right to expect others to do so. You have made out a case for the central office having a stock of flags of variety of sizes. Nobody should be permitted to use unauthorized flags as national flags. Sevagram, April 22, 1940. Harijan, April 27, 1940. 164. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 167. What big employers can do? Shri Thaldas Jarajani sends me the following one from Shri Shantakumar II of the India House. During the National Week every effort will be made to sell khadi. Then why not approach the big offices to buy khadi for peons' dresses? Last year the India Company provided khadi uniforms for the peons, and this year also we are going to have the same. I am trying to push khadi uniforms in other associated companies of the India Company. I am also trying to push the use of handmade paper in the office of the India Company. I have no hesitation in wholeheartedly endorsing the suggestion made by Shri Shantakumar. I would go a step further. In order that the peons who have willy-nilly to wear uniforms provided for them may not feel any inferiority, the big office staff should set the example by themselves voluntarily using khadi for their garments. Khadi is one of the greatest levelers. The peons should be able to take pride in their uniforms. This they will only do when they know that their employers use the same material as that of which their uniforms are made. The greater the approach on the part of employers to their employees, the greater the possibility of a peaceful solution of the difficult problem of class conflict. I therefore hope that Shri Shantakumar's effort will be appreciated by the other employers. Indeed, the idea should be taken up by all public institutions such as hospitals, students' hostels, etc. The use of handmade paper is a less difficult problem. For good handmade paper is any day more artistic than and superior to the ordinary mill paper, and there is not the same difference in the prices of the two varieties as in the case of khadi and mill-made cloth. The big houses owe it to the millions to use as many handmade articles as is possible for them to do. Sevagram, April 22, 1940. Harijan, April 27, 1940. One only extracts are reproduced here. To Shantakumar Morarji. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 165. 168. About Zamindars, a first-class Deccan Sardar propounds the following conundrums. 1. You say, on page 442 lines 4-6 of Harijan of 10th February, 2. That you put Europeans on the same footings as big zamindars and capitalists. I presume that you include in the general word zamindars, inamdars 3, taluktars and big landholders. 1. Will you be pleased to say whether you remember and realize the fact that Europeans are foreigners and their earnings and profits go out of the country to enrich other nations and make them more powerful instruments to exploit India? While zamindars and inamdars are Indian and all their earnings and savings and even their extravagance will remain in this country. Many of these people have national interest fully at heart. 2. What are the differences between a nationalist zamindar and a nationalist non-zamindar, in your opinion? 3. What exact position do you assign to zamindars and inamdars, and the capitalists in a free and independent India? 4. Have the zamindars and inamdars and capitalists any place in the present Congress, consistent with their limitations and commitments? Answers. 1. I make no difference between Europeans and Indians, if the former conform to the laws of free India. I cannot, consistently with my views on non-violence. Under my scheme, European settlers will not be allowed to exploit the country as most of them are doing today. Patriots will have had their reward in the shape of freedom of their country. They are no patriots who are working with selfish personal ends in view. If we create a state based on pure justice, real equality and genuine brotherhood, Europeans will cease to be foreigners. They will take pride in pooling their talents for the sole good of the country of their adoption. I gladly acknowledge the fact that there are many inamdars, zamindars and other capitalists who are as patriotic as any congressman. 2. A nationalist zamindar will try to live like a non-zamindar. He will regard his tenants as his co-proprietors. In other words, he will 1. Only extracts are reproduced here. 2. Vide statement to the press, June 2, 1940. 3. Holders of lease-free land. 166. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Hold his zamindari in trust for his tenants, taking a moderate commission for the use of his labors and capital. A nationalist non-zamindar will not regard the zamindar as his natural enemy but will seek redress of his wrongs by the process of conversion. I have shown before now that this is not a long drawn-out agony. 3. This is answered in the foregoing. Antagonism between the classes will be removed. I do not envisage a dead and artificial level among the people. There will be a variety among them as there is among the leaves of a tree. There will certainly be no have-not, no unemployment, and no disparity between classes and masses such as we see today. I have no doubt whatsoever that if non-violence in its full measure becomes the policy of the state, we shall reach essential equality without strife. 4. All who subscribe to the simple creed of the Congress can join it. As a matter of fact, there are many moneyed members of the Congress. To quote only one instance, Jamnalalji is a capitalist and he is a member of the Working Committee. Sevagram, April 22, 1940. Harijan, April 27, 1940. 169. Letter to Mrs. K. L. Ralia Ram. Sevagram, April 22, 1940. DEAR sister, I am dealing with your question in Harijan. Yours sincerely, M. K. Gandhi. From the original, NAI file number 73. Courtesy, National Archives of India. Also GN 6837. 170. Letter to Sushila Nayar Sagaon, April 22, 1943. Of your letters have remained unanswered. The reason is my helplessness. I understand your arguments, but I stick to my position. In course of time either you will be persuaded or I shall be persuaded. I. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 167. Cannot advance any new argument. You just watch which way I go. I myself do not know it. I have only one guiding principle. Comprehend it. there can be mistakes in its interpretation and practice. If that is proved, it should be taken as evidence of some shortcoming in my sadhana. With each passing day I see it more and more clearly that non-violence cannot be cultivated in any other way. April 24, 1940. There was an interruption after I had written the above. You must continue to write whatever comes to your mind. Do not wait for my reply. I read your letter to PRL. I myself forbade him to reply. It would only lead to unnecessary bickering and achieve nothing. You have already said what you had to say. Now let the brother and sister go their ways. I too hardly discuss our relations with him. I go my way, the brother and sister follow their own ways. We are engaged in our own work. Where is the occasion to talk about anything except the work? I would advise you to stop worrying about them. Even as it is, are you not having enough work on your hands? I have written a letter to the Viceroy today. I do not intend to send copies of it to anyone. All I would say is that you would approve it. But I may be mistaken even in that. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 171. Letter to Balvansinha, April 22, 1940. CHI. Balvansinha, we already had a discussion last night. Hence I shall not repeat it here. What I said yesterday deserves serious consideration. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 1931. One Vide letter to Lord Linlithgow, April 24, 1940. 168. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 172. Letter to Rameshwari Nayar's Savagram, April 22, 1940. DEAR sister, my Article 1 does not mean what you interpret it to mean. Even if the telling of beads does not yield concrete results, continue it with faith. You will certainly witness concrete results one day. I have nothing more about the 11 vows too. Only this, if you believe in them, it is good to think of them. One day God will give you the strength to fulfill them. Blessings from BAPU. SMT. Rameshwari Nayar 2 Wares Road, Lahore from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 7990. 173. Cable to the News Chronicle 3. On or after April 22, 1940. 4. Proposal convening committee leaders reached PRE. Preliminary. Agreement. Attractive. Provided. Leaders. Elected, not nominated, according to acceptable procedure. This is my personal view. UNCON. Salted Colleagues. Harijan, April 27, 1940. Gandhi. One Vide question box, January 4, 1940. 2. These were, non-violence, truth, non-stealing, brahmacharya, non-possession, body labor, control of the palate, fearlessness, equal respect for all religions, Swadeshi and freedom from untouchability. 3. This was sent in reply to a cable which read, grateful to receive an exposition of your attitude to proposal that Committee of Indian leaders representing all interests should try to reach agreement on essential preliminary to final constitutional settlement. For the cable from the News Chronicle was received on April 22, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 169. 174. Civil disobedience. The Working Committee 1 advisedly passed no startling or new resolution this time, for there was no program before them. That of civil disobedience has to be evolved by me. But the committee had useful discussions on many points arising out of the contemplated movement. I propose to give the readers the gist of what I told the members of the committee, with the necessary amplification. Civil disobedience in the face of the lawlessness that prevails in the country will easily pass for the same unless it is beyond doubt recognized as something different in kind from the prevailing brand. Thus the Caxar defiance is admittedly and openly violent to the Kizans who held up the train between Gaya and Kiel were violent under cover of non-violence. They were doubt guilty according to the non-violent conception. For they are supposed to be congressmen. To hold up a train is disobedience without doubt. And so far as the Congress is concerned, according to the Ramgar resolution, 3 congressmen may not resort to civil disobedience singly or in groups without my permission. I have already said that Professor Ranga's disobedience was also not civil, for his friends have asked me to withdraw my criticism. I claim to be a special friend of his. We became friends probably before the protesters knew him. And it is because he is such a close friend that I condemned his action without mincing words. I am sure he will not misunderstand me. In any event, when a man of his learning chooses deliberately to commit an act of indiscipline, it must come to me as a warning against any hasty action. Now civil disobedience, if it is really civil, must appear so even to the opponent. He must feel that the resistance is not intended to do him any harm. At the present moment the average Englishman thinks that non-violence is merely a cloak. The Muslim Leaguers think that civil disobedience is aimed at them more than at the British. I protest. When the Working Committee met at Warda from April 15 to 19, 2 violent and widespread clashes, inspired by the Caxars, had been taking place in the Punjab. For further comment by Gandhiji, Vidal on trial, August 4, 1940. 3 Ibid. 4 Vide Notes, September 4, 1940. 170. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. With all the strength at my command that, so far as I am concerned, I have no desire whatsoever to embarrass the British, especially at a time when it is a question of life and death with them. All I want the Congress to do through civil disobedience is to deny the British government the moral influence which the Congress cooperation would give. The material resources of India and her manpower are already being exploited by the British government by reason or their control of the whole of this subcontinent. If by civil disobedience the Congress has no desire to embarrass the British people, it has still less to embarrass the Muslim League. And I can say this on behalf of the Congress with far greater assurance than I can with regard to the British. Working in the midst of suspicion and terrible misrepresentation, on the one hand, and the prevailing lawlessness outside and inside the Congress on the other, I have to think 1,000 times before embarking on civil disobedience. So far as I can see at present, mass civil disobedience is most unlikely. The choice lies between individual civil disobedience on a large scale, very restricted, or confined only to me. In every case there must be the backing of the whole of the official Congress organization and the millions who, though not on the Congress register, have always supported the organization with their mute but most effective cooperation. I have repeatedly shown in these columns that the most effective and visible cooperation which all congressmen and the mute millions can show is by not interfering with the course civil disobedience may take and by themselves spinning and using khadi to the exclusion of all other cloth. If it is allowed that there is a meaning in people wearing primroses on Primrose Day, surely there is much more in people using a particular kind of cloth and giving a particular kind of labor to the cause they hold dear. From their compliance with the khadi test I shall infer that they have shed untouchability, and that they have nothing but brotherly feeling towards all without distinction of race, color or creed. Those who will do this are as much satyagrahis as those who will be singled out for civil disobedience. Savagram, April 23, 1940. Harijan, April 27, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 171. 175. Letter to Lord Linlithgow. Savagram, Warda, April 24, 1940. DEAR Lord Linlithgow, this is going to be a complaining letter. I was tempted to write to the press on Lord Zetland's speech 1. But I restrained myself. What I wanted to say was too serious to be given to the public. Hence this letter. I am carrying on my head a tremendous responsibility. I want to avoid mistakes. There is a ring of reluctance to do the right thing by India. He may say we don't want to do the things by way of settlement, you will have to fight for it or take what we offer. That would be a straight answer. Why does he bring up against the Congress things which are common ground? Hindu-Muslim question, minorities and the like are common ground. The Congress claims that they can be truly settled only by a constituent assembly or its equivalent. On British admissions, princes are your creation. That they were there before you came is true. So were many other institutions. You kept what was necessary for your existence and destroyed what you thought were a hindrance to it. It is a thankless task to prolong this tale. I can if you want me to. I feel sure the sample should enable you to infer the rest. Will you please convey my complaints to Lord Zetland in any way you think best? If I have misinterpreted him, you will oblige me by correcting me. When speaking in the House of Lords on April 18, Lord Zetland, the Secretary of State for India 1935-40, had said, "A substantial measure of agreement among the communities of India is essential if the vision of United India is to become a reality. But the fact of the matter is that the Congress party has raised in the minds of many Muslims apprehensions which only they themselves can allay. Will the Congress refrain from closing the door upon unity in India? Upon their answer hangs the future fate of the country." The Indian Annual Register, January-June 1940. 2 inches answer to this Lord Linlithgow, in his letter of April 29, said, "But it does seem to me, too, that we cannot refuse to face the historical facts of this matter or the historical setting in which the relationship of His Majesty's government with the princes arose." 172. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I know your and his preoccupations. But this Indian question is an integral part of the task in hand, is it not? I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a printed copy, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 176. Letter to Balvansinha, April 24, 1940. Chi. Balvansinha, I knew one day you would see the truth. I wish to explain things at length, but I have no time. With patience, everything will become clear. I should be informed of whatever loss is observed. I have read the letter form BA. Ascertain his needs before permitting him to come. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 1932. 177. Telegram to Ramesh Fordas Potter. Ramesh Fordas Potter, Julia. You him. Muscalian. NOT. Disturb. IF. Necessary. Belkobas 1. From a photostat, GN. 738. Wardnagan, April 26, 1940. Sleep. Meet Bapu. 1 Balkrishna Pave. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 173. 178. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Savagram, Warda, April 26, 1940. Chi. Narandas, I have your letter. I hardly get time to read Harjan Bandhu. Only today it chanced to fall into my hands and I read the very sentence you refer to. It irked me, too. This happened in the morning. In the afternoon I got your letter. How strange. Or rather, what a coincidence. I had a talk with Vallabhai about your work. He said he would send some help. Blessings from BAPUPS. You yourself may write to Shamal Dazan Kakuwan and let me know the result. How much used to be given? From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU. /II. Also CW 8573. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi 179. Letter to Jamna Gandhi, April 26, 1940, to Chi. Jamna, I have your letter. We should use the strength God has given us and be content. Kanhaiya's 3 work is progressing very well. Now he has decided to have a dark room. Blessing from BAPU. From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU. /II. Also CW 8573. Courtesy. 1 Purushottam K. Rajani. To this and the preceding item are written on the same sheet. 3 Addressees Son. 174. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 180. Letter to Manal G. Shah, April 26, 1940. CHI, Manal, the remedy for you is simple. Resolve that you will get rid of your restlessness here and nowhere else, come what may. As you have understood the position about PRL, there is no problem anymore. You should not feel you are a slave. Man becomes a slave of his passions, not of his environment. Slavery thus is only a state of mind. As for Kankan, what has happened is good. Let her go to Panchgani for the present and serve till she is restored. Her regaining and keeping her health rests in her own hands. Like you, she too is free. If you wish to live with her, we shall think about it after she returns. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8546. Also CW 7082. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 181. Letter to Ramdas and Sumitra Gandhi. Sevagram, April 26, 1940. CHI. Ramdas, I liked your having gone to Ahmedabad, for you will have more experience there. You will get there the company of our own people, and Nimu will have better facilities for her studies. But from the point of view of the children, I am not so happy at your having left Bhavnagar. They had got used to the place. But, then does it always happen as one wishes? Hence, one should believe that whatever happens is for the best and remain content. I will certainly urge Ba to go to you, but there is little likelihood of her going. If she finds the heat unbearable, she will prefer to go to Madhuban at Maroli. I need not write separately to Nimu. CHI. SUMI, you have done very well indeed. Go on writing in this way. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni. Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 175. 182. Letter to Haribhau Upadhyaya. Sevagram, April 26, 1940. CHI. Haribhau, I have your letter. I am awaiting news from AJMER. We should be in a position to give a full reply to the government's Note 1. I hope you are well. Blessings from BAPU. From a facsimile of the Hindi, Gandhiji or Rajasthan, pages 252. Also CW 6089. Courtesy, Haribhau Upadhyaya. 183. Letter to Ernest A. Brand. Sevagram, Warda, April 27, 1940. DEAR friend, I have your letter. I am myself groping in the dark and making an experiment in the direction mentioned by you. If it succeeds, it will present the work an infallible peace plan. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. Ernest A. Brand, Esquire, 5532 Kenwood Avenue, Chicago. From a photostat, GN 10536. 1 via danger signal, April 16, 1940, the AJMER trouble, April 30, 1940, and AJMER, June 5, 1940. 176. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 184. An English suggestion. An English friend writes thus: 1. It is still reasonable at present to proceed on the assumption that the Muslims would accept something a good deal less than Pakistan. But the trouble is that the longer the time that elapses without any compromise solution being reached, the stronger and more insistent will be the cry for Pakistan, so that in the end civil war or partition will be the only alternatives. I think the view held by some that there is nothing to be done but to wait upon events is fatal. It is up to the British now to use all their powers of persuasion and statesmanship to compel the parties to settle. The crux of the matter is who is to control power at the center, Hindus or Muslims? Over this the Congress must be prepared to make great concessions. If the Congress do not recognize the quickly, I am afraid that partition will become, if not the only alternative, the best one. Of course, the British government can do much. They have done much by force. They can make the parties come to a solution by force. But they need not go so far. What they have done hitherto is to prevent a proper solution. In proof of my statement, I commend the esteemed correspondent to the columns of Harijan. The only thing the British government have to do is to change their attitude. Will they? They can retain their hold on India by a policy of divide and rule. A living unity between Muslims and Hindus is fraught with danger to their rule. It would mean an end of it. Therefore it seems to me that a true solution will come with the end of the rule, potentially if not in fact. What can be done under the threat of Pakistan? If it is not a threat but a desirable goal, why should it be prevented? If it is undesirable and meant only for the Muslims to get more under its shadow, any solution would be an unjust solution. It would be worse than no solution. Therefore I am entirely for waiting till the menace is gone. India's independence is a living thing. No make-believe will suit. The whole world is in the throes of a new birth. Anything done for a temporary gain would be tantamount to an abortion. I cannot think in terms of narrow Hinduism or narrow Islam. I am wholly uninterested in a patchwork solution. India is a big one, only extracts are reproduced here. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 177. Country, a big nation composed of different cultures, which are tending to blend with one another, each complementing the rest. If I must wait for the completion of the process, I must wait. It may not be completed in my day. I shall love to die in the faith that it must come in the fullness of time. I should be happy to think that I had done nothing to hamper the process. Subject to this condition, I would do anything to bring about harmony. My life is made up of compromises, but they have been compromises that have brought me nearer the goal. Pakistan cannot be worse than foreign domination. I have lived under the latter, though not willingly. If God so desires it, I may have to become a helpless witness to the undoing of my dream. But I do not believe that the Muslims really want to dismember India. Sevagram, April 29, 1940. Harijan, April 5, 1940. 185. Hindu-Muslim tangle. The partition proposal one has altered the face of the Hindu-Muslim problem. I have called it an untruth. There can be no compromise with it. At the same time I have said that, if the 8 crores of Muslims desire it, no power on earth can prevent it, notwithstanding opposition, violent or non-violent. It cannot come by honorable agreement. That is the political aspect of it. But what about the religious and the moral, which are greater than the political? For at the bottom of the cry for partition is the belief that Islam is an exclusive brotherhood, an anti-Hindu. Whether it is against other religions it is not stated. The newspaper cuttings in which partition is preached describe Hindus as practically untouchables. Nothing good can come out of Hindus or Hinduism. To live under Hindu rule is a sin. Even joint Hindu-Muslim rule is not to be thought of. The cuttings show that Hindu and Muslims are already at war with one another and that they must prepare for the final tussle. Time was when Hindus thought that Muslims were the natural enemies of Hindus. But as is the case with Hinduism, ultimately it won. The All India Muslim League, meeting at Lahore, passed a resolution on March 23, recording the view that no constitutional plan would be workable unless it was based on territorial readjustment and the creation of independent Muslim states. 178. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Comes to terms with the enemy and makes friends with him. The process had not been completed. As if nemesis had overtaken Hinduism, the Muslim League started the same game and taught that there could be no blending of the two cultures. In this connection I have just read a booklet by Sri Atulanam Chakrabarti which shows that ever since the contact of Islam with Hinduism there has been an attempt on the part of the best minds of both to see the good points of each other, and to emphasize inherent similarities rather than seeming dissimilarities. The author has shown Islamic history in India in a favorable light. If he has stated the truth and nothing but the truth, it is a revealing booklet which all Hindus and Muslims may read with profits. He has secured a very favorable and reasoned preface from Sir Shafat Ahmed Khan and several other Muslim testimonials. If the evidence collected there reflects the true evolution of Islam in India, then the partition propaganda is anti-Islamic. Religion binds man to God and man to man. Does Islam bind Muslim only to Muslim and antagonize the Hindu? Was the message of the Prophet peace only for and between Muslims and war against Hindus or non-Muslims? Are 8 crores of Muslims to be fed with this which I can only describe as poison? Those who are instilling this poison into the Muslim mind are rendering the greatest disservice to Islam. I know that it is not Islam. I have lived with and among Muslims not for one day but closely and almost uninterruptedly for 20 years. Not one Muslim taught me that Islam was an anti-Hindu religion. Savagram, April 29, 1940. Origin, April 5, 1940. 186. Of what avail is non violence? An Indian friend writes, one yesterday Reuters in pathetic terms related how the population of Norway under the rain of bombs and machine gun bullets was fleeing from towns completely demoralized and in panic. The futility of violence, and also its temporary efficacy, is being proved. Let us hope eventually everyone will see the futility of violence and a new era may dawn. But are we? One only extracts are reproduced here. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 179. Really making a non-violent contribution towards the world problem? Of what avail is our non-violence to Norway, Sweden and Denmark? Virtually are we not giving a handle to Germany? True, we are doing nothing beyond embarrassing Great Britain, and perhaps we may say that such an embarrassment is inevitable and is not caused deliberately. We are not likely, it seems, to succeed in changing England's heart. And victims like Norway, etc., can never appreciate our attitude. In the light of our present attitude, the international's world can with justification misinterpret our past help to victims of aggression like China and Spain. Were they more deserving of our help than the present victims? And if not, then why this distinction? You have never regretted your action during the last war when you vigorously recruited people for military purposes. This time your attitude appears to be in sharp contrast, although you say that both attitudes are right. My correspondent is not alone in bemoaning the lot of the most cultured and inoffensive people like the Danes and the Norwegians. This war is showing the futility of violence. Supposing Hitler becomes victorious over the Allies, he will never subjugate England and France. It will mean another war. Supposing the Allies are victorious, the world will fare no better. They will be more polite but not less ruthless, unless they learn the lesson of non-violence during the war and unless they shed the gains they have made through violence. The first condition of non-violence is justice all round in every department of life. Perhaps it is too much to expect of human nature. I do not, however, think so. No one should dogmatize about the capacity of human nature for degradation or exaltation. Indian non-violence has brought no relief to the cultured Western powers because it is still poor stuff. Why travel so far to see its inefficacy? We in India are torn asunder in spite of the Congress policy of non-violence. The Congress itself is distrusted. Not until the Congress or a similar group of people represents the non-violence of the strong will the world catch the infection. India's aid to Spain and China was merely moral. The material aid was but an insignificant token of it. There is hardly an Indian who does not feel the same sympathy for Norway and Denmark who lost their freedom overnight. Though their case is different from that of Spain and China, their ruin is more complete perhaps than that of Spain and China. Indeed, there is a material difference even between China and Spain. But there is no difference so far as sympathy is. 180. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Concerned. Pauper India has nothing to send to these countries except her non-violence. But as I have said, this is not yet a sendable commodity. It will be, when India has gained her freedom through non-violence. There then remains Britain's case. The Congress has caused no embarrassment. I have declared already that I shall do nothing to embarrass Great Britain. She will be embarrassed if there is anarchy in India. That the Congress, so long as it is under my discipline, will not support. What the Congress cannot do is to lend its moral influence to Britain. Moral influence is never mechanically given. It is for Britain to take it. Perhaps British statesmen do not think the Congress has any to lend. Perhaps they think that all they need is material aid in this warring world. If they do, they will not be far wrong. Morality is contraband in war. My correspondent has given up the whole of his case for Britain when he says, "We are not likely to succeed in changing Britain's heart." I do not wish ill to Britain. I shall grieve if Britain goes down. But the moral influence of the Congress cannot avail Britain unless she washes her hands clean of India. It works under its own unalterable condition. My friend does not see the difference between my recruiting in Kita and my attitude now. During the last war the moral issue had not been raised. The Congress was not pledged to non-violence. It had not the moral hold on the masses it now enjoys. I was acting on my own in all I did. I had even attended the war conference. And to be true to my declaration, I had been recruiting at the cost of my health. I told the people that, if they wanted arms, military service was the surest way to get them. But if they were non-violent like me, my appeal was not to them. There was no violent man among my audiences so far as I know. Their reluctance was based on ill will towards Britain. This was gradually giving place to an enlightened determination to throw off the foreign yoke. Things have changed since then. In spite of the unanimous support that Britain got during the last war from India, the British attitude was translated into the Roulette Act and the like. The Congress accepted non-violent non-cooperation to meet the British menace. There is the memory of the Jallianwala Bagh, the Simon Commission, the Round Table Conference, the emasculation of Bengal for the sake. Vol. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 181. Of the misdeeds of a few. The Congress having accepted non-violence, I do not need to go to the people to give recruits. Through the Congress I can give something infinitely better than a few such recruits. Of that evidently Britain has no need. I am willing but helpless. Sevagram, April 30, 1940. Harijan, April 5, 1940. 187. Wanton destruction in Bitter. A correspondent is grieved that I have been silent about the shocking tragedy in Bitter, Hyderabad State. 1. I have before now said in another connection that because I say nothing in public about certain wrongs it is not be thought that I am oblivious of them or that I am doing nothing. I must be allowed to judge what is best under given circumstances. If all I have heard about Bitter, not all has been published in the papers, is true, nothing quite like it has happened anywhere in all India. If Hyderabad State is not to give over to lawlessness and Hindu life and property not rendered valueless, there should be a thorough and impartial judicial inquiry commanding confidence, and full compensation should be given to those who are rendered suddenly homeless. It is to be hoped that Muslim opinion outside Hyderabad will ask for full investigation into the happenings. Sevagram, April 30, 1940. Harijan, April 5, 1940. 188. Question box. No confusion. Q. There is still a lot of confusion in the public mind about the Indian situation. How can one remove it? A. Confusion should have been removed as soon as the popular ministers resigned. They were the chosen representatives of the people. They had applied themselves to their work with amazing industry and efficiency which won the unstinted praise of the governors. They took no rest themselves and allowed none to their subordinates. They had set a definite program before themselves which would win the references to communal riots in Bitter. Vide also Bitter, May 28, 1940. 182. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. have improved the condition of the masses. It must have cost them a lot to give up office. But they found to their amazement that provincial autonomy, which Sir Samuel Hoare had declared from the housetops to be real and complete, was reduced to a farce in the twinkling of an eye. The popular ministers were to be mere registering officers to carry out the will of the central executive so far as war measures were concerned. In this most vital matter they were not consulted formally or informally. So the ministers had to resign. This one act of theirs was complete in itself. Its importance is not felt as it should be because the Congress is wedded to non-violence. Congress not responsible. Many people believe that the attitude of the Congress has precipitated the Muslim League resolution about partitioning India 1A. I do not think so. But if it has, it is a distinct gain. It is good that what was in should come out. It is easier now to deal with the problem. It will solve itself. One distinct gain is that nationalist Muslims have become awakened to a sense of their duty. Muslim rule equal Indian rule. Would you prefer Muslim rule to British rule? A. The question is badly put. You, being British, cannot get out of the habit of thinking that India is fit only to be ruled by someone. Muslim rule is equivalent to Indian rule. You might as well ask me whether I would prefer Bengali or Maratha to British rule. Maratha, Bengali, Sikh, Dravidian, Parsi, Christian Indian, Muslim all will be Indian rule. It makes no difference to me that some Muslims regard themselves as a separate nation. It is enough for me that I do not consider them as such. They are sons of the soil. Muslims considered separately have 8 crores of unarmed Muslims scattered over India to look to. But you have the whole British nation and your army of occupation to look to. You belong to the ruling race. You are less than 100,000 in the midst of 350 millions over whom you rule. It is a matter of shame both for you and us. I need not weigh whose is the greater shame. The sooner we get out of it the better for both of us. You will now understand my answer when I say that I would any day prefer Muslim rule to British rule. I have no doubt that, if 1 vide footnote 1 of Hindu-Muslim Tangle, April 29, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 183. British rule which divides us by favoring one or the other as it suits the Britishers were withdrawn today, Hindus and Muslims would forget their quarrels and live like brothers which they are. But supposing the worst happened and we had a civil war, it would last for a few days or months and we would settle down to business. In status we are equal. With you, it is different. You have disarmed us. Those of us who have been trained by you really belong to you rather than to us. We are no match for you in military power. You do not know how the rule has stunted the nation. Immediately British rule is really ended, we shall grow as never before, in spite of all foreboding. Why this partiality? Both Prof. Rang and Sri Jayaprakash Narayan have been punished under the law. But while you were moved by the latter's sentence when you have denounced Professor Ranga, too, and this in spite of the fact that Professor Ranga's offence was, if anything, a technical one, whereas Sri Jayaprakash by obstructing the war effort invited the penalty of the law upon himself. I agree that Professor Ranga should not have broken the law. But then does not your attitude betray partiality on your part towards the one and antipathy towards the other? A. You are hopelessly wrong. Your admission that Professor Ranga was wrong in breaking the order shows that your cause is not just. Professor Ranga is as good a friend to me as Sri Jayaprakash. I should have expressed the same opinion about the latter's action if he had done what Professor Ranga did. There is no room in public life for partial friendships. Indeed, real friendship is in no need of partiality. I have none for Sri Jayaprakash nor have I any antipathy towards Professor Ranga. I have perhaps less differences with Professor Ranga than with Sri Jayaprakash, but that makes no difference to me. Sri Jayaprakash committed no breach of an order. He delivered a speech which was regarded as contrary to law. In Professor Ranga's case there was a deliberate breach of an order served on him. The two things are different. I have answered your question because I attach importance to the breach. I also want to warn those who accept Congress discipline against such breaches. A municipal chairman's duty. My father is the Congress municipal chairman of a certain place. In a recent by-election for a ward, the official Congress candidate was defeated. A local one Vijaya Prakash Narayan, December 3, 1940. 2 Ibid. 184. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Youth organization gave a tea party in honor of the successful non-Congress candidate. My father was invited and he attended. His view was that once a candidate is elected, no matter to what party he belongs, as chairman it was his duty to welcome him and get the best of cooperation from him in the interests of civic welfare. Some people feel that attending a function given in honor of an opponent is harmful to the party's cause. Your father, I am sure, was quite right. He would have been wrong if he had not attended the function. An opponent is entitled to the same regard for his principles as we would expect others to have for ours. Nonviolence demands that we should seek every opportunity to win over opponents. And what can be better than that we share their joys and sorrows? Moreover, your father as chairman was bound to be impartial. I was, therefore, double his duty to attend the function. Sevagram, April 30, 1940. Harijan, April 5, 1940. 189. The AJME are troubled having published the gist one of the case of the Khadi exhibition organizers about the national flag incident. I am in duty bound to publish the following communique of the Commissioner of AJME Marwara on the incidents, a feature of the celebration by the AJME Congress of what is known as the National Week has been an exhibition organized by a committee known as the Khadi Gramudayog Exhibition Committee. For this a number of temporary structures have been erected adjoining the fort on a plot of Nazal land, which is under the control of the municipal committee. Advantage was taken of the fact that the exhibition attracted large crowds of people to hold political meetings on a vacant plot between the exhibition grounds and the entrance to the city Kochwali. At two of these meetings speeches of an extremely objectionable character were delivered, and it was evident that the organizers of the meetings who are members of the local congress were attempting under the pretext of promoting the use of khadi and village industries in general to bring the government into hatred and contempt. The fact that these seditious utterances were made at a place adjoining a barrack one via danger signal, April 16, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 185. Occupied by constables stationed at the Kochwali was an additional provocation. Further, the organizers of the exhibition set up a flag staff on an outlying bastion of the fort from which the Congress flag was flown. This bastion is on government land and is a part of the Kochwali police station. Permission was neither sought for nor obtained for this act. Apart from the undesirability of a party emblem of this nature being displayed from a government building, the flying of the Congress flag from the ramparts of an ancient Mughal fort, which is a protected monument, caused grave offense to certain sections of the public. After satisfying Grave himself by personal inspection as to the facts, the commissioner decided to issue two prohibitory orders to prevent a breach of public tranquility. The first order was addressed to the organizers of the exhibition by name, and it directed them to remove the flag and flag staff within 1 hour and to refrain from re-erecting it within 400 yards of the fort ramparts. The second order was a general one prohibiting political meetings under the municipal limits for a period of 10 days. The issue of this order was rendered necessary by the manner in which certain partisans of the Congress had abused the opportunity which the holding of the Khadi exhibition presented. As far as the first order is concerned, the individuals to whom it was addressed intimated in writing their refusal to comply, whereupon the police were directed to remove the flag and the flag staff. Action is being taken separately regarding the refusal of the organizers of the exhibition to comply with the order. If the above version is true, the case of the exhibition committee falls to the ground. I may state that a correspondent claiming to impartial sends a letter supporting the version of the AJMER authorities. I refrain from expressing any opinion till my investigation is complete. One thing, however, is clear. The Commissioner has done everything he can to incite the Muslims against the exhibition committee. Prejudice against it peeps out through a portion of the communiqué. Even if the facts are as he has stated them, the Commissioner could have avoided the inflammatory reference to the Mughal fort. He knew that the exhibition committee could have no intention of wounding Muslim susceptibilities. 186. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I have further information that more trouble is brewing in AJMER. But of this more when I have full facts. Meanwhile let me draw attention to the reported tactful act of a commissioner in the frontier province who, when a congressman went to his office to hoist the Congress flag, straightway hoisted it himself, and hoisted the Muslim League flag as well, taking care that the Union Jack flew the highest of all. But for the sense of humor and tact of the commissioner it is difficult to say what would have happened. Sevagram, April 30, 1940. Origin, April 5, 1940. 190. Letter to Bipin Bihari Verma, May 1, 1940. By, BIPIN, be as you are. That would be Sadhana for you. Blessings from Sri Bipin Babu Manipur Bedia, Champran from a photostat of the Hindi, CW 10249. BAPU. 191. Cable to Hutchings, Mr. Hutchings, 26P Hare Street, Rangoon. May 2, 1940. Glad Hindu-Muslim Representatives Meeting. Restore Harmony Hope Meeting. Will succeed in devising ways and means to establish permanent peace. Gandhi. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1 Vide AJMER, June 5, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 187. 192. Telegram to Rabindranath Tagore. May 2, 1940. Gurudeo Santiniketan. Overwhelming work left. N.O. U. Considered. OPINION1SOON. Avoidable delay. Time pray. Hope forgive. Send on. Gandhi. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 193. Letter to Viplal Fadki Sevagram, Warda, May 2, 1940. CHI, Mama, and your fast. I shall not judge you. May your fast bear fruit. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3842. 194. A statement. When Gandhiji was shown Reuters cable of Sir Hugh O'Neill's statement, he said his position was absolutely clear. The only authority that can possibly convene a preliminary conference of elected leaders is the British government, and they will do so and find out the ways and means when they have made up their minds to part with power and recognize the right of India to frame the charter of her own freedom. 3 Sevagram, May 3, 1940. Origin, November 5, 1941. Vide letter to Rabindranath Tagore, May 5, 1940. To a member of the House of Commons. 3 Vide also cable to the News Chronicle, on or after April 22, 1940. 188. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 195. Letter to Manibin Patel Sevagram, Warda, May 4, 1940. CHI. Mani, the figures you have sent are excellent. You had better spend the time in spinning rather than in writing to me. Ask father whether I should send that amount to him or to Prithvi Singh direct. How is his health? Blessings from BAPUSMT. Manibin CO Sardar Patel 68 Marine Drive Bombay from Gujarati Bapuna Patro 4, Manibin Patel, pages 126-196. Letter to Rameshwari Nayars Sevagram Warda, May 4, 1940. 1 DEAR Sister, I have your letter. I see no flaw in it. I shall not enter into an argument. May your noble wish be fulfilled. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, Rameshwari Nehru Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. One from a copy of the letter available from the same source. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 189. 197. Letter to Jawaharlal Gandhi Surveygram Warda, May 4/5, 1940 CHI. Jawaharlal, you have at last settled down well. Everything depends on you now. If Sanayukta one wishes to get married this year, let her do so in Porbandar in your absence. She can get married in Surveygram only next year. I do not think it at all proper for you to ask for leave just now. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/XXIV. 198. Letter to Amrit Kaur May 5, 1940, 2 CHI. Amrit, your wire. Am well. No more today beyond sending love. I hope the pain of the sprain is entirely gone. From the original, CW 3964. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7273. 199. Letter to Rabindranath Tagore Surveygram, Warda, May 5, 1940 DEAR Gurudev, 10,000 apologies for the delay in replying to Rathan's 3 letter. Pressure on my limited time is unbearable. The result is an accumulation of arrears. But I have not been idle about your proposal. I discussed it fully with Roger Hicks. I have been thinking over one addressee's daughter too. This is written at the top of an Urdu letter dated May 5 that someone had written to the addressee. 3 addressee's son, Rathendranath. 190. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The thing independently, the conclusion is set forth in the enclosed amended draft 1. You will revise it as you like. You will give it the polish which you alone can give. Somehow or other I could not reconcile myself to an appeal for the hall and the hospital. Santiniketan was his as much as it is yours. What can be better than that the thing to which he had given himself and from which he had derived inspiration would be put on a permanent basis? The sum asked may be too little. It should then be increased. I have stated that originally Santiniketan was founded by the Maharshi too. There is an apparent contradiction in the statement. You will please deal with it. The idea that the appeal should be signed by us 3 is, I think, quite good. I have not sent a copy to the bishop. If you do not like my proposal and if you will retain the original, please do not hesitate to do so. I hope you are keeping well. With love, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN. 2290. 200. Question box Hindu, a Muslim unity Q. You can do Harijan work, you can organize khadi and village industries, but when it comes to Hindu-Muslim unity, you find many excuses for not organizing it. A. This charge has been brought against me by several Muslim correspondents unknown to me. But latterly it has been repeated with considerable vehemence by one who knows me intimately. The Com 1. This appeared in Harijan, January 6, 1940, under the title Dinabandhu Memorial. 2. Addressee's father, Debendranath Tagore. 3. Finally, however, the appeal was signed by Gandhiji, Abul Kalam Azad, S.K. Datta, Madan Mohan Malavia, Sarojini Naidu, Jawaharlal Nehru, V.S. Srinivasa Sastry and Bishop Ross Westcott. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 191. Plainant challenges me to deal with the charge in Harijan. There can be no comparison between Harijans and Muslims. I owe a debt to Harijans in need of any assistance that can be given to them. Harijan work is humanitarian work. Muslims stand in no need of my humanitarianism. They are a powerful community standing in no such need. Any work done for Muslims after the Harijan style will be resented. To cite Khadi and village industries against me is thoughtless. These can be organized and are organized for all who will care to profit by them. As a matter of fact, both Hindus and Muslims, and indeed others too, profit by these activities. Hindu-Muslims unity stands on its own footing. I have tried and am still trying to do my share of the work. I may have achieved no visible success, but I have no doubt that the direction in which I am working is the right one and is bound to lead us to the goal. Bitter and bitter you feel keenly about bitter. You ask for justice about it and you want Muslims outside Hyderabad to see that justice is done. When do you feel equally keenly if Muslims are ill-treated as they were in Bihar? I do not know what the exact reference to Bihar is. All I can say is that not one single case of maltreatment of Muslims by Hindus having been reported to me has remained without investigation by me. This has been my practice since the days of the Caliphate. I have not always succeeded in finding the truth or giving satisfaction to the aggrieved parties that I had done my best. The Bihar charge is too vague to be answered more fully. If a particular instance were mentioned, I should be able to say what I had done about it. But supposing that I had failed in my duty to do justice, supposing further that I did not feel equally keenly about Hindu injustice to Muslims, would that justify indifference about Bihar? I have said that there is nothing like Bihar in all the previous cases of Hindu-Muslim clashes, assuming of course that the allegations we made were true. All I have asked is that full justice and reparation should be made through a tribunal admittedly impartial. My proposal in the case of Bihar should be applicable to all such cases. Sevagram, May 6, 1940. Harijan, November 5, 1940. 1 Vide, Wanton Destruction in Bihar, April 30, 1940. 192. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 201. AJMER. As soon as I read the extraordinary communique one of the Commissioner of AJMER, I asked for proof from the workers in AJMER in support of their charges. It seems to me that in every single particular the charges are supported by documentary evidence. I have now in my possession copies of the relevant documents, including a blueprint showing where the so-called AJMER fort is, where the wall on whose bastion the Congress flag was flown is. The statement giving a categorical denial of all the allegations of the AJMER Commissioner is published below too. From it, it would appear that the Commissioner is prejudiced against the Congress. 1. The ground including the wall and a portion behind it is in the possession of the Municipal Council as lessee. 2. Permission was duly received by the Khadi workers for the use of the ground for the exhibition. 3. No separate permission for flying the flag is or has ever been considered necessary. 4. The Municipal Council even voted Rs 51 towards the expenses of the exhibition. 5. The AJMER fort is a well-defined structure. It is at present used for the Kachwali etc. It is undoubtedly a protected monument and in possession of the government. The outer wall is dilapidated and is included in the ground leased to the Municipal Council and is going to be demolished by them. 6. There was no complaint brought before the workers against the hoisting of the flag on the wall. It could give no offense to anybody. The AJMER Council contains Muslim members. The decision to give permission to hold the exhibition on the ground was unanimous. Muslims freely visited the exhibition. Well-known Muslim attended the party given to Seth Jamnalalji III, although they knew that the flag was hoisted on the outer wall. I have seen many denials by officials of uncomfortable popular charge sheets. But it is hard to beat the unblushing distortions by the Commissioner of AJMER. He has not added to British prestige. If ever one vied the AJMER trouble, April 30, 1940. 2. This is not reproduced here. 3. Who inaugurated the exhibition? VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 193. A case was clearly made out for civil disobedience. Surely the AJMER one is such a case. I refrain because of the turbid atmosphere and because I wish to take no action that will precipitate a crisis. The worker and AJMER have done well to exercise self-restraint in the face of the gravest provocation. This case demands serious notice by the central authority. In my opinion, nothing short of the removal of the Commissioner from the high office he occupies will meet the requirements of justice. It may be argued that the Commissioner of AJMER is no worse than may such officials who do much worse things with impunity. The argument is sound. But many thieves escape with impunity because of want of conclusive evidence. When, however, one is caught red-handed, it is well to deal with him and give satisfaction to the injured public. Lord Curzon had his grave limitations. But he believed in justice being done and therefore had no hesitation in acting sternly and promptly when proved case came under his observation. Prevention of civil disobedience, I believe, is common cause between the government and the Congress. The latter will resort to it when it is clearly inevitable. If, that is to say, the Congress is ready, I am leaving no stone unturned to prevent it. But if the executive officials behave as the AJMER Commissioner seems to have done, no effort on my part may prevent a conflagration. On the 29th ultimo, being the last Sunday of the month, all over the country there was Jandavandan 1. In AJMER 2 the Congress had advertised the function to take place in the Town Hall compound. But this time the Commissioner, who was also the district magistrate, prohibited the use of the Town Hall compound for the purpose. It is debatable whether he had any legal right to prohibit the use of the municipal ground in the manner he did. But for the moment it is not relevant. The fact of the issue of the order is relevant to show the bias the Commissioner has against the Congress. The matter was referred to me by telephone, and I advised the Congressman to obey the order and not attempt to hold a meeting even elsewhere. But if the Commissioner is intent upon provoking a quarrel, I suppose he will not be happy till he has succeeded. Sevagram, May 6, 1940. Harijan, November 5, 1941. Saluting the flag. 194. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 202. Letter to Manal G. Shah. Sevagram, May 6, 1940. Chi. Manal, since you don't mind a little delay, I took some time to reply to you. So much work has piled up. I think you find peace of mind only in restlessness, for if you can shake off your discontent there is no cause at all for restlessness. Here work has been piling up. Either forget that Kankan is your wife or start living with her. She has gone to Panchgani because of her own intense desire. Even as she should feel suspicious when you go somewhere, so also you should not when she does. If you wish, I may persuade her to change her mind, but that would upset those people's plans. It would not at all look nice if you stayed in Pune, nor would it benefit you. You may continue to write to her matter-of-fact letters. Do what you wish about Burhanpur. I do not understand the matter very well. Who do you think reads your letters? And even if anybody does, what will he understand from them? Even so, if you do not want anybody to read, mark them private so that I can promptly return them or tear them up. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8545. Also CW 7084. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 203. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Sevagram, Warda, May 16, 1940. Chi. Amrit, I had your wife from Simla too. Here with my 2 articles. You may translate at leisure. Sushila translated the questions well and 1. The source has June 6, 1940, which is evidently a slip, as the postscript is dated May 7 and the article on AJMER vide AJMER, June 5, 1940, referred to in the letter was written on May 6. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 195. Quickly. The AJMER one was not ready. She will translate it tomorrow. But you should religiously translate them. If you too can get used to the work, the whole of Harijan Seva can be done here and I should be free from anxiety. After all, Anand 1 had no smallpox. It was rash after the vaccination. He has fever and cough. Medvedev came in today. Love. P.S. BAPU. May 7, 1940. If the English articles don't accompany this, don't worry. The translation is not required. Practice may be delayed. Here with Gazibin's letter. Your article about Kamalapuram 2 and your Hindi translation are going in. The translation is good. From the original, CW 3965. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7224. 204. A one-sided inquiry. I had hoped that I would not have to say anything on Justice Nageswara Iyer's report into the allegations of ill treatment of Satyagrahi prisoners in Mysore. But the press criticism of the action of the State Congress in abstaining from participation in the inquiry demands an explanation from me. If it was wrong for the State Congress not to participate in the inquiry, the blame was mine. The inquiry was a result of Mahadev Desai's visit to Mysore at the instance of the Dewan 3 and the former's confidential report to me, of which a copy was given to the Dewan. Mahadev Desai had recommended an open judicial inquiry presided over by a judge of known integrity brought from outside. Instead, there was only a departmental inquiry by a Mysore judge. I have been for some time guiding the Mysore Congress, and the Congress acted upon my advice in not leading evidence before a Mysore judge who could not, I felt, be wholly impartial in judging the conduct of officials with whom he must have come in close official contact. It was too much to expect an impartial scrutiny. 1 Sharda G. Shakawala's son to Vida Hideous Evil, May 18, 1940. 3 Sir Mirza Ismail. 196. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. By one who had risen to the rank of a judge from being a government official. The allegations were of a most serious character, and they were repeated in the presence of Mahadev Desai and before officials occupying the positions of Deputy Commissioner, District Superintendent of Police, Superintendent of Jail and so on. Those who made the allegations were volunteers, not criminals, and a few of them held high social positions. It is impossible to treat them as liars, as the report seems to have done. I am not yet in possession of the judge's report. What I have before me is a highly tendentious summary of the report published by the government, interspersed by the government's own statements of certain happenings and Justice Nageswara Iyer's comments on them in his report. It passes comprehension that the inquiry was continued when the complainants refused to appear before the officer. The judge should have dismissed the case for want of evidence. How he could have arrived at definite conclusions in the absence of material evidence, it is difficult to say. The judge admits that most of the persons who made accusations of assault and torture did not attempt to establish those charges, but that he had a large volume of oral and documentary evidence attested before him. What this documentary evidence was, we do not know. The oral evidence was of people who had nothing to do with the inquiry but were dragged by the police before the judge to prove the government case. The judge says he has based his conclusions on such materials and broad probabilities. This is hardly the language of a judge. No judge of integrity and impartiality would have cared to go into the extraneous evidence that Justice Nageswara Iyer went into, and made uncalled for animadversions against Satyagrahis for refusal to give evidence before him, when he knew that their reason in doing so was that they questioned the competence, independence and impartiality of the judge. The paragraphs in the communiqué are devoted to proving that the leaders of the movement adopted questionable methods of sending out surreptitious letters from jails. What this has to do with allegations of torture one is at a loss to know. It would thus appear that, far from the inquiry being into any allegations by congressmen, it became an inquiry into allegations by a government official which the judge has supported without giving those against whom the allegations were made an opportunity to rebut them. VOL. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 197. My point, however, in referring to the unfortunate inquiry is that the Mysore Congress acted under my advice. The judge's biased finding confirms me in the soundness of the opinion I gave them. As satyagrahis, the members of the Mysore Congress were not interested in the guilty parties being condemned. They were interested in the truth being known. The golden lid of the one-sided inquiry covers the truth. But they should have the faith that the lid will be lifted one day and the truth will be found. The exoneration of the officials may result in the hardening of their hearts and greater maltreatment of the prisoners than before. If such is the case, the prisoners should rejoice in their sufferings and know that, if they bear them without malice, they will bring the local Congress nearer its goal. Sevagram, May 7, 1940. Origin, November 5, 1940. 205. Andrews is INFLUENCE2. Mr. A. G. Fraser of Elgin, Scotland, sends me the following touching letter about Dino Bandhu. I write to you because of the great joy and inspirations you were to him who has just left us, Charlie Andrews, and because you, perhaps more than any other, will feel his loss. He has had a great and deeply joyful life, and amongst all the many things which made it rich, your friendship was one of the foremost. For your pleasure in him I would like to tell you one story of him. The noblest of British governors that I have known, Sir Gordon Gettysburg, who literally gave his life for Africans, was anxious to know Charlie and he asked me to arrange a meeting, if possible for lunch in his club, the Army and Navy Club in Pall Mall. It is one of the most rigid clubs in London in its standard of dress, so I told Gettysburg that Charlie would not be dressed for Clubland. He did not care about that, so the lunch was arranged. On the day, I was seated with Sir Gordon when the porter came and said, "Sir, there is a man at the door who says he has an appointment with you, but I did not like to let him until you had seen him." I said to Gettysburg, "That's Charlie." And it was. He was worse dressed than I have ever known him to be in Europe. But Gettysburg was too delighted to meet him to think of that. We had lunch at a small central table and admirals, generals, governors came up to one. The source has truth to this appeared under the title Notes. 198. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Greet Gettysburg, who was newly back in England. He introduced them all to Charlie. Then we retired to an alcove for a quiet talk, and Charlie's visit to British Guiana was fixed up. Thus Charlie had to go and Gettysburg saw him down to the street and finding a taxi himself for him put him into it. As the taxi left he followed it with his eyes, his head bent, it disappeared round a corner and he stood very still. Then he turned to me and said, "I feel as though I had been honored to give lunch to my lord." It was the meeting of two great men, and they met for the sake of Indian laborers in Guiana. You will greatly feel his loss at this time, more than even we who loved him here can know. But we do pray that you and India through you may be blessed, and you will be blessed. Sevagram, May 7, 1940. Origin, May 25, 1940. 206. Letter to Bal Khalilkar, May 7, 1940. Chi. Bal, I am sending you the revised version 1. There has been some delay, but I couldn't help it. I had both your letters. Sign the letter and send it to me. I will dispatch it myself. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 2641. 207. Letter to Manal G. Shah, May 7, 1940. Chi. Manal, I think it is not desirable that you should go to Kankan just now. I am afraid a quarrel will start there. I think it would be better, provided you wish it, that I myself should write to her and find out how she feels about it. Now that she has gone there it would not be. One of the addressee's letter to G.D. Birla for a scholarship of Rs 9,000 to enable him to finance his studies in America for a DSc in engineering. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 199. Right to upset her. You must observe a certain restraint even as her husband. You should respect her freedom. You may guide her, you cannot order her. Do nothing in haste. If you wish to go to Badrinaran or Calcutta, why need you ask her? but do as you wish. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8544. Also CW 7086. Cortesti, Manal G. Shah. 208. Letter to Rajendra Prasad. After May 7, 1940. I have your letter. I had also seen your statement too. For us, it is a moral question. And when the government obstinately refuses to do justice, how can we help? If slavery is bad, where is the question of choosing masters? This has been the Congress policy. We need not be uneasy. If all of us want freedom, no one can deny it to us. If only a few of us want it, we will sacrifice our lives in its pursuit. What have we to offer except moral support? We can give it only when there is justice. They are getting money whether we like it or not. As long as they are the Lord's, they will obtain the funds. Jawaharlal has shown me his reply. It is quite all right. It is no small thing that we are not resorting to civil disobedience. Take good rest. Blessings from Hindi. BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 1. In the source, this and the following letter are placed after the entries for May 7, 1940. 2. According to the source, the addressee had made a panicky statement that the British rulers would be better than the others. In his autobiography, the addressee writes, when the German army, in a sweep, took Denmark, Norway, Holland and Belgium, I was deeply distressed because Hitler made it clear that he would not let any weaker nation survive. My feeling of anger against the British for denying India her rights was somewhat assuaged, and I somehow felt that it was our duty to help the British in defeating Germany and help stop the rot. I was so much overpowered by these thoughts that I could not help issuing a statement to this effect. 200. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 209. Letter to KNKATJU1 after May 7, 1940. Of course my first position was true, but it could not be taken up mechanically. The position Congress has taken is also true. Our problem is purely moral. The moral weight of the Congress is at the disposal of the British people, the moment they act morally. The Congress has nothing else to give. I do not think the position is altered because the war cloud has assumed a blacker shape. I may have sympathy for my erring son, but moral help is of no avail to him till he persists in his error. The material help of India and Britain gets whether we will or not. What however we can do is not to embarrass Britain by any precipitate action. I will not resort to CD unless the way is absolutely clear. If what I have said does not appeal to you, I would ask you to discuss the thing with Jawaharlal and others. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 210. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Sevagram, Wardha, May 8, 1940, 2. CHI. Amrit, I had your first letter today. I am glad you have a warm welcome. I had not a shadow of a doubt about it. You must now put on weight. The Times of India's thought for the day runs, your disappointment will be removed not by change of surroundings but by change of outlook of heart. I have been sending your post and writings. There are 2 letters today. Here with the articles. I could have sent them yesterday but not without a strain. The translations have gone from here. All well, including Anand. Lalita Kumari is coming after all. Love. BAPU. From the original, CW 3966. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7275. 1. The addressee had written, what you wrote about unconditional cooperation is right. There is now an international crisis. We may still reconsider our stand and offer our help. As it is, all the smaller nations are faced with doom. 2. From the reference to Gandhiji's inability to send the articles on the previous day. Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, June 5, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 201. 211. Letter to Prabhavati. Sevagram, Wardha, May 8, 1940. Chi. Prabha, how perverse you are. I replied to all your letters, still you are not satisfied and keep complaining. Would it not be better, instead, to stay here permanently? Why should Jayaprakash not get a newspaper? I have had a letter sent to Pune. Inform me if he does not get it. There has been a letter from Rajendra Babu. I understand about father, I hope he also is better now. Has your work been chalked out? Ba is well. Raikumari has gone Simla. Her address is Manorville, Simla. It is very hot here. Sharda is still here, I am quite well. Blessings from Shri Prabhavati Devi Co Shri Bri Bahari Sahai /32 High Court Quarters, Patna. BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3541. 212. Letter to Kankan M. Shah Sevagram, May 8, 1940 Chi. Kankan, I have your letter. Since Manal writes to you, I saved my time. I accept your notice. I have already told him that the two of you should set up house. Where and when is all that remains to be considered. We will think over it when you free yourself from there. Do you want Manal to go there? Can he be accommodated there? Write to me frankly. Do you keep good health there? Do you get all your requirements? How do you pass your time? Here it is quite hot. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8282. Also CW 7083. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 202. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 213. Letter to Manal G. Shah May 8, 1940 Chi. Manal, send that accompanying letter 1 to Panchgani. I welcome the idea that you should set up house with her. We shall think over the matter when Kankan returns. If on getting Kankan's reply you think it necessary to go to Panchgani you may do so. I have no objection if you stay there and Kankan comes here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8543. Also CW. 7085. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 214. Letter to Prabhul Sevagram, Wardha, May 8, 1940 Bhai Prabhul I have the report of your work. It is quite satisfactory. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 4135 215. Letter to Lord Linlithgow Sevagram, Wardha May 9, 1940 DEAR Lord Linlithgow I must thank you for your prompt and frank reply of 29th ultimo. I had the answer by me thoughtfully sent by Miss Harrison, so I read Lord Zetland's full speech too. I am sorry to say it read worse than cabled summary. But I will not weary you with argument 1. 1. Vide the proceeding item. 2. Vide first footnote of letter to Lord Linlithgow, April 24, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 203. Points. My position is that Great Britain, to put herself right morally, should make requisite declaration unconditionally about India's right of self-determination. If you say that right will be recognized when she fulfills the conditions you lay down, self-determination may be indefinitely postponed, for the conditions may never be fulfilled. I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, CW 10257. Courtesy, India Office Library, London 216. Letter to Akbar Haidari Sevagram, Wardha May 9, 1940 DEAR Sir Akbar, your letter makes strange reading. One communal unity would never come by generalizations of glossing over serious disturbances. I do not know what Bihar incident you refer to. But if there was a denial of justice in Bihar, it is no precedent worthy to be copied. And why should public criticism of a big disturbance prejudice judicial proceedings against individuals? Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN. 8018. 1. The addressee's letter dated May 2, 1940, read, "My disappointment is no less than yours." The big question of communal unity governs all these minor proceedings, and, until progress is made with that problem, many other problems must be at a standstill, and communal manifestations will occur. As to the regrettable bitter affair which is reminiscent of incidents last year and bitter, cases are before the courts involving many accused. I can only express surprise that statements have been issued prejudicing some of the issues. 204. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 217. Letter to Jagannath Sevagram, Wardha, May 9, 1940. My dear Jagannath, surely Dr. Gopikan one needs no introduction or certificate from me. That he is the agent for everything I stand for is more than enough. Don't worry for him. In the Punjab, he is his own introduction and advertisement. I am glad he is free from the parliamentary burden. I shall expect great things from him for constructive work. Please hand the enclosed to Shakuntala Devi. Yours BAPU from a photostat, CW 985. Courtesy, Lala Jagannath 218. Letter to Manubin S. Mashruwala Sevagram, Wardha, May 9, 1940. CHI. Manuti, I got your letter. Why need you give your address, since the whole world knows you? If, therefore, I merely write Bombay, will not the letter reach you? Or do you perhaps think that I must have your address by heart? Ba is all right. Do you wish to come here in Ashat? You know that you will be welcome whenever you wish to come. Kanvarji 3 is keeping good health. Sharda is still here. The boy is fine. His eczema persists but he is growing. It is very hot. Blessings from BAPU from a copy of the Gujarati, CW 2676. Courtesy, Kanubai and Mashruwala. 1. Gopikand Bhargava 2. This is not traceable. 3. Addressee's brother-in-law. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 205. 219. Letter to Saraswati Gandhi Sevagram, Wardha, May 9, 1940. CHI. Saro, I got your letter. It is not as if I abstained from writing to you because I did not want to bless you. Where can I go if I make you and Candy angry? Ba and I can only wish you well. I am glad to know that Shandy one is well. I have also heard that Candy has failed. He should not grieve over his failure. He gets another opportunity to study. If he studies steadily, he will become a good doctor. I hope you are keeping good health. Blessings from BAPU Shrimati Saraswati Madhavi Mandaram, Iswara Vadam Naya Thinkarai, TRAVANCORE 2 from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 6175. Also CW 3449. Courtesy, Kantilal Gandhi. 220. Interview to the Times of India 3 Sevagram, May 9, 1940. Seated on a mat in his small barely furnished room, with a wet cloth wrapped round his head, Mr. Gandhi carefully explained his viewpoint. He spoke with great earnestness. I would welcome a settlement which ensures peace with honor. The Viceroy knows I am always ready. I am not averse to coming to terms with Britain on matters like defense and commercial interests, and I am fully prepared that these adjustments should be referred to a Constituent Assembly as part of an agreed settlement. Mr. Gandhi went on to explain his attitude to the Constituent Assembly. 1. Addressee's Son to Address from the CW Copy 3. This appeared in Harjan under the title An Important Interview. 206. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. I believe personally that it is the most satisfactory method of procedure. But don't forget that I preserve an open mind on the matter. If some people hold that there are other forms of procedure which are more representative, I am willing to be convinced. Today I say that the Assembly should be elected on adult franchise, but here again my mind is open to alternative proposals provided these proposals have the backing of representative men. If the Viceroy, asks the correspondent, declares that he will summon a conference of the best Englishmen and the best Indians, and if he further agrees that its terms of reference will be to arrange for the establishment of self-government within the shortest period practicable, would you accept that gesture? Certainly, it will be acceptable. In the preliminary conference it is necessary that the best Englishmen and the best Indians should meet to adjust their differences, but in the framing of the Constitution only Indians must participate. If the Viceroy is authorized to declare that His Majesty's government have definitely come to the conclusion that it is the sole right of India to determine the form of government under which she would live, and if with that end he summons a conference of the best Englishmen and the best Indians he latter elected according to an acceptable procedure or devise a method whereby a constituent assembly can be summoned for the purpose of framing a constitution and for solving all problems that may arise, I would accept the proposal. But I don't sense the proper atmosphere today. Asked whether, if His Majesty's government summoned a conference and acted in good faith, Mr. Gandhi would be prepared to use his personal influence to induce the Congress ministers to return to office, the Mahatma quickly replied, not unless there is a Hindu-Muslim agreement. I should wait. As I said goodbye, Mr. Gandhi chafed, you did not deserve the interview. You brought a hot wind with you to Sevagram. The temperature was 108. He laughed uproariously at my obvious retort, it is an ill wind which brings no one any good. The Times of India, October 5, 1940. Also Harijan, May 18, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 207. 221. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sevagram, May 11, 1940 CHI. AMRIT, your letter. Dr. Risti and her friend can easily stay in the circuit house. Kanshyamdas and Jamnalalji here. Overhead and ears in work. Sharda's Anand was not smallpox. Many were willing to be vaccinated. Ba, Durga and other women said no. But the storm has blown over. In the village too, it has subsided. Lilavati had a scorpion sting and so had Amtul Salam El suffered much. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3967. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7276. 222. Letter to Annapurna C. Mehta. Sevagram, Warda, May 11, 1940. CHI. Annapurna, I have your letter. May your aspirations be fulfilled. Come over whenever you wish. Prosper. May. Your pious blessings from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9426. BAPU. 223. Letter to Manal G. Shah, May 11, 1940. Considering everything, it would be good if you visited Panchgani. There is a wire from Kankan, too, asking me to send you. BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8542. Also CW 7088. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 208. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 224. Letter to Marguerite Spiegel. Sevagram, Warda, May 11, 1940. Kai. Amala, I have your letter. I was very happy. It is good you are serving the blind dog. You are looking after mother, too. Everybody is fine here. Blessings from Dr. Marguerite Spiegel Ivanhoe, OPP. Back Bay Babs Fort, Bombay. BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Spiegel Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 225. Question box. Democracy and non-violence. Q. Why do you say democracy can only be saved through non-violence? 1a. Because democracy, so long as it is sustained by violence, cannot provide for or protect the weak. My notion of democracy is that under it the weakest should have the same opportunity as the strongest. That can never happen except through non-violence. No country in the world today shows any but patronizing regard for the weak. The weakest, you say, go to the wall. Take your own case. Your land is owned by a few capitalist owners. The same is true of South Africa. These large holdings cannot be sustained except by violence, veiled if not open. Western democracy, as it functions today, is diluted Nazism or fascism. At best it is merely a cloak to hide the Nazi and the fascist tendencies of imperialism. Why is there the war today, if it is not for the satisfaction of the desire to share the spoils? It was not through democratic methods that Britain bagged India. What is the meaning of South African democracy? Its very constitution has been drawn to protect the white man against the colored man, the natural occupant. Your own history is perhaps blacker still, in spite of what? One the questioner was an American. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 209. The Northern states did for the abolition of slavery. The way you have treated the Negro presents a discreditable record. And it is to save such democracies that the war is being fought. There is something very hypocritical about it. I am thinking just now in terms of non-violence and trying to expose violence in its nakedness. India is trying to evolve true democracy, that is, without violence. Our weapons are those of satyagraha expressed through the charkha, the village industries, primary education through handicrafts, removal of untouchability, communal harmony, prohibition, and non-violent organization of labor as in Ahmedabad. These mean mass effort and mass education. We have big agencies for conducting these activities. They are purely voluntary, and their only sanction is service of the lowliest. This is the permanent part of the non-violent effort. From this effort is created the capacity to offer non-violent resistance called non-cooperation and civil disobedience, which may culminate in mass refusal to pay rent and taxes. As you know, we have tried non-cooperation and civil disobedience on a fairly large scale and fairly successfully. The experiment has in it promise of a brilliant future. As yet our resistance has been that of the weak. The aim is to develop the resistance of the strong. Your wars will never ensure safety for democracy. India's experiment can and will, if the people come up to the mark, or, to put it another way, if God gives me the necessary wisdom and strength to bring the experiment to fruition. Hypocrisy. I agree with you that those who do not believe in the tests laid down by you for enrollment as satyagrahis should not hold office in the Congress organization. What is, however, happening is that, while embargo upon disbelief has been effective, hypocrisy is enjoying a premium. People who have nothing in common with your program are coming forward with the Satyagraha Pledge 1-inch order to capture power, their only qualification being lack of scruples. Can you as general of the Satyagraha army shut your eyes to this? If not, what remedy do you propose? I suppose Cowper, not knowing how to deal with the hypocrite, paid him a compliment by saying that hypocrisy was an ode to virtue too, and so it is. But the gentlemen whom you refer to will soon discover their error either by my sensing the hypocrisy in not one vide appendix Satyagraha Pledge, before January 6, 1940. 2. Rasha Foucault says, hypocrisy is the homage paid by vice to virtue. 210. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Starting the struggle, or by their being tired of a role which requires labor from them. Meanwhile I must take everyone at his or her word, and believe that those who have taken the pledge have done so in good faith. I have no right to question anybody's motive unless I have proof positive to the contrary. Defense of India Act Q. The Resolution 1 passed at Ramgarh says that congressmen and those under the Congress influence cannot help in the prosecution of the war with men, money or material. Every resolution of the Congress has to be explained to the people by congressmen and Congress committees. If we do that, we are sure to offend the provisions of the Defense of India Act, that is, we will be committing an act of civil disobedience before you as general have given the word. What are we to do under the circumstances? I am not quite sure that you will commit an offence against the Defence of India Act merely by explaining the resolution to the people. But you can easily put yourself under it by adding ginger to your explanation and delivering a first-class harangue against British rule. In your place I would not do it. Sufficient education has been given to the people as to what British rule is. But you should lay stress on what the people have to do to get out of foreign rule. Therefore everything depends upon how you say it. You will offend against my instructions when you disobey explicit orders served upon you. Self-determination. Are you right in conceding the right of self-determination to Muslims in a matter so vitally affecting others also, viz., Hindus, Sikhs, etc.? Supposing the majority of the Muslims decide in favor of partition in terms of the Muslim League resolution, what happens to the self-determination of Hindus, Sikhs, etc., who will be minorities in the Muslim states? If you go on like this, where will be the end to it? Of course Hindus and Sikhs will have the same right. I have simply said that there is no violent method of dealing with the problem. If every component part of the nation claims the right of self-determination for itself, there is no one nation and there is no independence. I have already said that Pakistan is such an untruth that it cannot stand. As soon as the authors begin to work it out, they will find that it is not practicable. In any case, mine is a personal opinion. 1 Vide Appendix A Resolution, January 3, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 211. What the vast Hindu masses and the others will say or do I do not know. My mission is to work for the unity of all, for the sake of the equal good of all. What should be done? Q. In the last meeting of the working committee, the committee have resolved that all Congress committees should either be transformed into Satyagraha committees of the office bearers, who for any reason cannot sign the pledge, should resign and make room for others who have signed the pledge. Now, if any congressman has no faith in your technique but has accepted it only to carry out the working committee's resolution and is spinning only because he wants to remain in office, is he entitled to become a Satyagrahi and remain in office? Surely the office bearers should resign. The pledge taken merely to remain in office is of no value. Such a person should not hold office. For NON performance. Q. If anyone signing the Satyagraha pledge does not observe the rules laid down in it, what action will be taken against such a Satyagrahi? A. He is liable to be removed from the position he may hold. If a committee refuses. Q. If a Congress committee refuses to transform itself into a Satyagraha committee, what is the position of that committee? A. That area will be unrepresented unless there are other congressmen to take the place of the defunct committee. Can they take the pledge? Q. Can the following persons take the Satyagraha pledge? A pleader who has given an undertaking to court that he will not join any civil disobedience movement. B. A person who, though he wears khadi himself, buys millcloth for others and uses millcloth for his bed sheets, etc. C. A person who, though a khadi wearer himself, trades in foreign cloth. A. These persons cannot take the pledge. Sevagram, May 13, 1940. Harijan, May 18, 1940. 1 held at Wardha from April 15 to April 19. 212. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 226. Favoritism. On reading my note 1 in Harijan of 9th March on the Sanghasi school, a correspondent writes, 2. It is all too true that the books on the prescribed list are nearly all mission books, and are unusable by any non-Christian school. All the people with influence in the education department, so far as Khasi education is concerned, are Christians, and the scales are weighted very heavily in favor of mission schools, and against such courageous efforts as the one referred to by your correspondent. This is a matter for the Assam government to attend to. Whatever may have happened before, the scandals such as the one referred to by my correspondent should cease under a government which is responsible to the people. Sevagram, May 13, 1940. Harijan, May 18, 1940 227. NONCO Operation. The following is from a God-fearing political friend whom everybody knows. 3. I have been closely following your experiments in Ahimsa and Satyagraha. But I tell you, these weapons of yours have been and are being abused in the world. Non-cooperation has become a curse in everyday life. Its ill effects are seen in family circles, in associations, in business, in factories and in government offices. Having learnt its use from you, selfish people use it in your name in order to gain their selfish ends, and bring misery upon thousands of people. Therefore I beg of you not to employ this weapon in politics. I request you not to embarrass the British in any way while they are engaged in this life and death struggle. But I know, by itself the Congress will not have the patience to do so, though it may under your advice. 1 Vide Notes, February 16, 1940. 2 Only excerpts are reproduced here. 3 Ibid. Vol. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 213. If the congressmen must embarrass the British, I feel they should go back to offices in the provinces and should face the British government with a dilemma at every step in the provincial and the central assemblies. Again we have to solve the Hindu-Muslim problem. For that we should call a conference of all the communal leaders and party leaders. If we make an effort beforehand, we might become united by the time the government is willing to call Constituent Assembly. No time should be lost. The demands of the Mussalmans will mount up as time goes on. I am certain God will help us to attain unity if we try, for it is right earnest and without delay. The writer is one of the most earnest among us. He has presented one side of the picture, but like all one-sided pictures this also is misleading. Every powerful thing is liable to misuse. Opium and arsenic are most potent and useful drugs, and they lend themselves to great abuse. No one has for that reason suggested the stopping of their good use. If no cooperation has lent itself to abuse in some cases, in many cases its wise use has proved absolutely efficacious. A thing has to be judged by its net effect. The net effect of no violent no cooperation has been of the greatest benefit to India. It has brought about an awakening among the masses which would probably have taken generations otherwise. It has prevented bloodshed and anarchy and on the whole improved the relations between the Britishers and ourselves. There is a better mutual understanding because there is better mutual respect than ever before. And yet our no cooperation has been indifferently non-violent. I hold that no cooperation is of universal use. Well applied, its use in politics can wholly displace the use of barbarous weapons of mutual destruction. The thing to do, therefore, is not to restrict its use but to extend it, care being taken that it is used in accordance with the known laws regulating its use. Risk of misuse has undoubtedly to be run. But with the increase in the knowledge of its right use, the risk can be minimized. One safe thing about non-cooperation is that in the end its abuse recoils more upon the users than upon those against whom it is used. Its abuse is the greatest in domestic relations because those against whom it is used are not strong enough to resist the abuse. It becomes a case of misapplied affection. Doting parents or wives are the greatest victims. These will learn wisdom when they realize that. 214. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Affection does not demand yielding to extortion in any form. On the contrary, true affection will resist it. The writer suggests that usual parliamentary program with obstruction. Its futility, when it is not backed by readiness for no cooperation and civil disobedience, has been fully demonstrated. So far as the British are concerned, I have already said that I will do nothing to embarrass them. I straining every nerve to avoid a conflict. But they may make it inevitable. Even so, I am praying for a mode of application which will be effective and still not embarrassing in the sense of violent outbreaks throughout the country. Here I must say that, whilst it is true that active cooperation on the part of congressmen is not yet much in evidence, of passive cooperation on their part there is no lack. Violent, Sporadic eruptions on the part of the people would have paralyzed my effort to gather together forces of non-violence in an effective manner. As it is, the restraint which they have exercised fills me with hope for the future. Hindu-Muslim unity is a morsel by itself. But my friend is on the wrong track when he suggests that unity should be hastened for fear of Muslims raising their demands. Demands against whom? India is as much theirs as anybody else's. The way to unity lies through just demands once for all, not through ever-increasing demands, whether just or unjust. The demand for partition puts an end to all effort for unity for the time being. I hold that communal understanding is not a prerequisite to the British doing justice on their part. When they feel that they want to recognize India's right of self-determination, all the difficulties that they put forth as obstacles in their path will melt away like ice before the sun's rays. The right of self-determination means the right of determination by every group and ultimately every individual. The demand for a constituent assembly presumes that the determinations of the groups and individuals will coincide. Should it happen otherwise and partition become the fashion, either we shall have partition or partitions rather than foreign rule, or we shall continue to wrangle among ourselves and submit to foreign rule, or else have a proper civil war. Anyway, the present suspense cannot continue. It has to end one way or the other. I am an optimist. I have every hope that when we come to grips, Hindus, Muslims and all others will throw in favor of India, which all will claim as their own. Sevagram, May 13, 1940. Origin, May 18, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 215. 228. Letter to Vallabhbhai Patel. Sevagram, Wardha, May 13, 1940. Bhai Vallabhbhai, I have already written to you about this matter. I have written to him one too. I suppose you know that Nana Bai is connected with this. Just now we shall have to hand him Rs 2000. We shall manage it. I am writing to him in detail. You should too. I have not yet read the note about Chandrashekhar. I will do something if I can. What happened at Raikot? Blessings from BAPU from Gujarati Bapuna Patro -2, Sardar Vallabhbhai, pages 240. 229. Letter to Dilkush B. Diwanji. Sevagram, Wardha, May 13, 1940. By Dilkush, Mahadov has given a pleasant description of your work. Do you label all your boxes? Have you bought cows? Do you have an oil press? Have you introduced any other industries? You should take up only the work you can easily do. But as the men are obedient, you will perhaps be able to take new work from them easily. They too would fetch a little income. Blessings from Shri Dilkush Diwanji Kadi Ashram Karati Viaduct Navsari. BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 2645. 1 Prithvi Singh. Vide letter to Prithvi Singh, May 14, 1940. 216. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 230. Letter to Manilal Gandhi. Sevagram, Wardha, May 14, 1940. CHI. Manilal, your attack on Jinnah Sahib in Indian opinion was not proper. You should never discuss our quarrels here. This is only the impression I have formed from this end. I do not know whether you have any special reason for such severe criticism. Medwan has arrived. His daughter is getting married on the 21st. He has not yet visited me. I have written to him to come any time. Ba is well. I am of course well. There is no indication that I shall be starting a struggle in the immediate future. Radha has been here for the last 2 or 3 days. She has grown a little thin. It is extremely hot. Kishorelal is in Bombay. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 4912. 231. Letter to Prithvi Singh. Sevagram, Wardha, May 14, 1940. Bhai Prithvi Singh, Sardar has sent me your letter to him. He will send you the money, but your estimates have not been carefully calculated. How can you afford to pay for water the price of milk, and that too in such a poor country? How can you run a camp like this? You say that all the people there are happy. Why shouldn't they be? You have taken them out on a picnic or are giving them a change of air. Getting milk from a distance of 15 miles is a luxury which only the rich can afford. You can get even 600 men on your conditions. What? One Surendrarai Bapupai Med, an associate of Gandhiji and a leading satyagrahi during South Africa Struggle 1. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 217. Is heat and cold to a person who has come to learn to serve? I fear that your disciples, both men and women, are not likely to turn out very useful. You may, therefore, take Rs 2000 but spend the money carefully. If you lose your reputation, I shall lose mine as well. After completing your work in Gaga, I think it will be safer to go back to the original idea. Borsad, Ahmedabad or Bardoli, whichever Sardar selects. Blessings from BAPU from Gujarati, CW 2949. Courtesy, Prithvi Singh. 232. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Unrevised. Sevagram, Warda, May 15, 1940. CHI. AMRIT, your two important letters were torn as soon as they were read. Therefore I have to trust my memory for what I am to write. But since you insist on all this, I have to submit. The articles I could send earlier, but I became indifferent as Sushila could effectively and quickly translate the articles. Yours one could never reach Delhi the same week. I have told you I might get the translation here. You are still to translate for practice, so that when you return, you will bring greater ability and dispatch for the translation work. You have therefore to translate the articles with the same care that you would give if they were to be sent to the press. You should then send them to me for examination. You should not read Sushila's translation till you have done yours. Sir M2 disappoints me. His letter is curious. But you are right in saying that we have to cultivate even such people. We have to convert the diehards. I cannot say I miss you. I am daily getting more and more detached. I seem to miss nobody and nothing. I have no time to think. 1. The source has you too, presumably Sir Mirza Ismail. Vida one-sided inquiry, July 5, 1940. 218. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Of these things, the burden I carry occupies the whole of my time. The is not to say that I would not like your return or that there is no work for you. There is work and there is no work. That has been life from the beginning. But it is much more so now than ever. There is an inner longing for loneliness. If Harijan was stopped today, I should not feel the deprivation. And yet the place is growing. There is no smallpox now. Lalita Kumari came in today. She has 2 servants. She is with me. Ramnarayan's letter is disappointing. You need not write to him any more. I shall write when I can. Your letter to Narsinger is good. It is being sent. The war is taking an ugly turn. Let us see what happens. Somehow or other I do not feel the same way as you do. I do not want to see the Allies defeated. But I do not consider Hitler to be as bad as he is depicted. He is showing an ability that is amazing, and he seems to be gaining his victories without much bloodshed. Englishmen are showing the strength that empire builders must have. I expect them to rise much higher than they seem to be doing. But I must stop now. If I have omitted any of your questions, you must remind me. Hot here. But I am keeping well. Love. P.S. BAPU. This was written 9:30 a.m. Your today's note just in 1:30 p.m. I sent you all my articles. I wrote very few. All but unimportant 5 lines going with this. From the original, CW 3667. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6476. 233. Letter to Devdas Gandhi Sevagram, Warda, May 15, 1940 CHI. Devdas, I have your letter. What you write is correct. Our people are easily influenced. I got your telephone message. I do not intend to. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 219. Write anything immediately. I will write when the time comes. We had heard the news about Ramu 1. I did not feel unhappy, but Ba did that you had not informed us. Ba still has such attachments, though they have weakened considerably. Her forbearance, equanimity, generosity, fortitude and firmness astonish me. Her health is good and she remains cheerful. I see no need for anyone to go to America. Only what we can do here will have some effect. Nevertheless, if an occasion arises, we shall see. Blessings from BAPU, from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2123. 234. Letter to Manal G. Shah. Sevagram, May 15, 1940. CHI. Manal, I have your letter. It is good that you have gone there. I think it is a great thing that you have found peace of mind. Stay there as long as duty demands. In any case you must do so as long as it may be necessary for your peace of mind. Blessings from Shri Manalalji Co. Shri Balkrishna Vadalil Sarabhai Arojya Bhavan Panchgani. BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8541. Also CW 7089. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 1 Ramchandra, addressee's son. 220. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 235. Letter to Puritan J. Butch. Sevagram, Warda, May 15, 1940. CHI. Puritan, you are doing excellent work. But do you want me to notice all that work in Harijan? If it is likely to do any good, I will certainly write. Anand, and you must be fine. Blessings from Shri Puritan Butch Harijan Ashram Sabarmati BB. And CIRLY. BAPU. From a photostat of Gujarati, GN 9175. 236. Message to NWFPDELEGATION 1 Warda, May 16, 19402. My message has been already given, and I have none new to give you. All I will say is that now that you have actively taken up this great mission, you will not cease from your effort until Hindu-Muslim unity is achieved. I would ask you to forget that you have any quarrel with the Muslim League people. Your object differs from theirs, but they also are our brothers, and you cannot convert them unless you treat them as such and refrain from all personal attacks. You have to carry conviction to them, for unless you or we can win them over, there is no Hindu-Muslim unity. I wish you Godspeed. Harijan, May 25, 1940. 1 Extracted from Mahadev Desai's article Godspeed. About 27 red shirts, accompanied by Ali Bahadur Khan, MLA, who had come to attend the Azad Muslim conference in Delhi in April, called on Gandhi and asked him for a message. 2 From the Hindu, May 17, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 221. 237. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sevagram, May 17, 1940 CHI. AMRIT, your corrections are quite good. They should have occurred to every one of us, but there you are. Here are some letter for you. I shall examine your translations and return to you. Have commenced TE1 E2 Exam I3 Nation already. Lalita Kumari is down with headache. Nothing much. She has these attacks often. Love. P.S. JL4 came in yesterday. He left this morning from the original, CW 3968. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7277 238. Letter to Drive Side Mahmud Savagram, Warda, May 17, 1940 DEAR Mahmud, I have your letter. Before you can make anything of the Delhi Conference 5, much spade work has to be done. Englishmen like me and dislike me by turns. I remain the same. Yours, M.K. Gandhi, from a photostat, GN 5066. 1. The source is damaged here. 2. Ibid 3. Ibid 4. Jawaharlal Nehru 5. The All India Azad Muslim Conference held at Delhi from April 27 to 30. One of the resolutions passed by the conference condemned the Pakistan scheme as impracticable and harmful to the country's interests generally and Muslims in particular. 222. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 239. Letter to Marguerite Spiegel Savagram, Warda, May 17, 1940 CHI. Amala, I did not write Sharon 1. I wrote Saran. It is good errand that you are serving the blind dog too. It is very happy thing that among all the teachers you are the only European. Mahadev is not keen on writing to you. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, Spiegel Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 240. A hideous EVIL3A friend from Kamalapuram writes as follows, I am quite sure that congressmen must not tolerate this evil. Harijan, May 18, 1940. 241. Forward to Maulana Abul Kalam Azad for Savagram, Warda, May 18, 1940. I have had the privilege of being associated with Maulana Abul Kalam Azad in national work since 1920. In the knowledge of Islam he surpasses by no one. He is a profound Arabic scholar. His nationalism is as robust as his faith in Islam. That he is today the one meaning shame-vide letter to the addressee, letter to Marguerite Spiegel, November 5, 1940. 2. This sentence is in English. 3. The article by Amrit Kaur, not reproduced here, dealt with the evil of brothels coming up at religious fairs and festivals and quoted a letter from Kamalapuram complaining about the local congressman's apathy to it. 4. A biographical memoir by Mahadev Desai. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 223. Supreme Head of the Indian National Congress has deep meaning which should not be lost sight or by any one student of Indian politics. M.K. Gandhi Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. 242. Telegram to Jamnalal Bajai. Jamnalalji Shri, Bombay. Have not courage. She is ill. Ask Sarojini Devi. Panchvin Patrako Bapuka Shervad, pages 234. Wardagan, May 18, 1940. This time to BAPU. 243. Letter to Mira bin Savagram, Warda, May 18, 1940 CHI. Mira, I was wondering why I had not heard from you so long. Anything beyond a week will be too long for me. Though your descriptive letters are welcome, they are your speciality. A PC. When you have no time would be enough. Do I take it that you have left all three for good? I don't mind if you have. I want you to feel free and make yourself happy. Your description of your new place 4 is attractive, but I do not know that I shall ever reach there. There is no prospect of my going to Simla. Though Savagram is a furnace just now, I feel like not moving out at all. The work before me takes up all my time. 1. The source has every. 2. The addressee had requested Gandhiji to send Sarojini Naidu to Jaipur. 3. Old ashram where the addressee stayed for 3 months 4 inches Palampur, Kangra. 224. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. RK1 is in Simla. Maharani of Vizianagram is here just now. So also is Radha. Pages 2 is in Gaga with his band of 340 boys and 40 girls. Water and milk and vegetables have to be brought daily from Bhavnagar. Love. BAPU formed the original, CW 6452. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN. 10,047. 244. Letter to Shantikumar and Murarji. Unrevised. Sevagram, May 18, 1940. CHI. Shantikumar, I have your 2 letters, as also the sheik for Rs 5,000 jointly from grandmother and yourself for the equipment for the hospital here. I hope to utilize the amount. Your second letter is very important. I very much appreciate your minute examination of the details regarding Kati. I am in agreement with you on many of the points raised by you and will now enter into correspondence with Kakabhai 3 on this subject. The position regarding the exhibition is rather complicated. Not that shipping, steel manufacture, etc., are not beneficial to the country. They do not, however, stand in need of any help from the Congress. Or if they do, it is help of a different nature. The object in confining the exhibition to products of village industries is to raise the importance of these industries, to educate the people and to concentrate the country's attention on this activity. Anything other than village industries should, indeed, have no place either in the exhibition or outside it. Since, however, I have not been able to carry all co-workers with me on this point, some confusion does persist in this respect. I admit, however, that there can be other views also on this matter. Please come over here sometime and discuss the thing with me. These days it is very hot. You may come in June when it will be cooler. Blessings from BAPU. From Gujarati, CW 4731. Courtesy, Shantikumar and Murarji. 1 Raikumari Amrit Kaur 2 Prithvi Singh 3 Purushottam K. Jarajani. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 225. 245. Letter to Nirmala Gandhi. Sevagram. CHI. NIMU. May 18, 1940. I got your letter. Ba will not go there. It is hot, no doubt, but she keeps quite well. It will be good if you do well there and suffer from no shortages. R.O. Kumari 1 has gone Simala. Amtu Salam is here. There are a number of visitors coming and going. Sharda is still here. Her boy is growing fast. His eczema persists and that is rather vexing. Radha is here these days. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 246. Letter to Ramdas Gandhi Sevagram, Wardha, May 18, 1940 CHI. Ramdas, how are you keeping now? Has the load on your mind lightened? Are you able to absorb yourself in your work? I hope you are not short of money, are you? Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 Raikumari Amrit Kaur. 226. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 247. Question box spinning regularly Q. What do you mean by spinning regularly? 1. If one spins for a couple of hours during a month or for half an hour once or twice a week, would he be deemed to have satisfied the condition about spinning regularly? A. Regularly was put in the place of daily. This was meant to provide for accidental or unavoidable omissions. Therefore spinning every week or at stated intervals will not meet the case. A satyagrahi will be expected to spin daily except for valid reasons such as sickness, traveling or the like. Satyagraha camps and untouchability Q. Satyagraha camps are being organized for the training of volunteers all over the country. But the principle with regard to the renunciation of untouchability in every shape and form is not being rigorously enforced. Don't you agree that it ought to be made an absolute rule in the camps that no one who regards the touch of Harijans as polluting and does not freely mix with them should be permitted to attend them? I have no hesitation whatsoever in saying that he who has the slightest untouchability in him is wholly unfit for enrollment in the Satyagraha Sena. I regard untouchability as the root cause of our downfall and of Hindu-Muslim discord. Untouchability is the curse of Hinduism and therefore of India. The taint is so pervasive that it haunts a man even after he has changed over to another faith. Partition and non Muslims. You have said in Harjan that if the 8 crores of Muslims desire partition, no power on earth can prevent it. 2. Does it not strike you that 25 crores of non-Muslims too might have a say in the matter? Does not your statement imply that you put a premium on the opinion of the Muslims while underrating that of Hindus? I have only given my opinion. If the majority of Hindus or Christians or Sikhs or even Parsis, small though their number is, stubbornly resist the express wish of the duly elected representatives of 8 crores of Muslims, they will do so at the peril of a civil war. This is not a question of majority of minority. If we are to solve our problems non-violently, there is no other way. I say this not because one Vide Appendix Satyagraha pledge, before January 6, 1940. 2 Vide Hindu-Muslim Tangle, April 29, 1940. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 227. The 8 crores happen to be Muslims. I would say the same if the 8 crores were any other community. Legal practice and Satyagraha knowing as you do how lying and deceit have become the stock in trade of the legal profession in this country, would you permit practicing lawyers to enlist as active Satyagrahis? I am unable to subscribe to your sweeping proposition. The fact that a lawyer wants to become a Satyagrahi presupposes on his part a certain standard of purification. No doubt there may be, to my knowledge there are, black sheep in the Congress. This is inevitable in any big organization. But it would be unbecoming of a Satyagrahi to condemn a man because he belongs to a certain profession. Satyagraha and obstructionism. Is the policy of obstructionism compatible with Satyagraha? Can a Satyagrahi, who is supposed to stand for principles rather than party, adopt one attitude with regard to a measure when it is sponsored by his party, and another when the same measure is sponsored by the opposite party? Would you approve of this policy in municipalities and district boards as is being done by some congressmen at present? I have always opposed obstruction as being anti-Satyagraha. Congressmen, to be correct in their behavior, should always give cooperation to their opponents when the latter are in a majority and adopt any wise measure. The object of congressmen should never be attainment of power for power's sake. Indeed, such discriminatory cooperation will enhance the prestige of the Congress and may even give it majority. Training Harjans as cooks. Don't you think that, if the Congress started a plan for training Harjans as expert cooks for Hindu homes and made it a rule to man every ashram of a mess meant for Congress workers with Harjan cooks thus trained, it would prove a shortcut to the removal of untouchability? Our ambition should be to enable Harjan to rise to the highest rank. But while that must be the ideal, it will be a good thing to train some Harjan to become accomplished cooks. I have observed that the more we draw them into the domestic circle, the quicker is the pace of the reform. Harjans who become absorbed in out-homes lose all sense of inferiority and become a living link between other Harjans and Savarna Hindus. Savagram, May 19, 1940. Harijan, May 25, 1940. 228. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 248. Notes on resistance. I read the following in the daily press. A petition signed by a number of Muslims has been sent to the corporation authorities that, if their previous representations for the removal of Gandhiji's portrait from all corporation schools for Muslims boys and girls is not acceded to, the institutions will be boycotted. They contend that the display of the portrait is a form of hero worship, which is anti-Islamic. Assuming the truth of the statement, I would strongly advise compliance with the Muslim demand. Nothing is to be gained by the Congress party resisting the demand. At the same time, I would suggest to the leaders of the agitation that it is supported by wrong argument. For they have surely their own heroes. The proper and conclusive argument is that I am no longer their hero. Heroes change with the times. It is well for public bodies to accommodate themselves to such changes. 5 questions. 1. Can satyagrahis, that is, those who have signed the satyagraha pledge, offer defense when they are arrested? 2. May a satyagrahi make an effort to get better class treatment, that is, A or B? 3. Ought a satyagrahi in jail to acquiesce in the conditions imposed upon him, or should be endeavor to secure that he regards more humane and satisfactory treatment? 4. What is the minimum time for which a satyagrahi ought to spin, or what is the minimum quantity of yarn he should produce? 5. Can a man sign the satyagraha pledge immediately you declare civil disobedience and court arrest, or is there any definite period for which he should have remained a satyagrahi to be eligible to take part in the civil disobedience campaign? Answers. 1. There is no objection to offering defense, and in certain cases it would be a duty to do so, as, say, in the AJMER case. 2. In my opinion he should not make any attempt to alter the class. Personally I am against and classification. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 229. 3. He's entitled to make every legitimate effort for change to humane conditions. 4. I think 1 hour per day should be the minimum, and 300 rounds per hour is a reasonable speed. Men engaged in public work may spin less. 5. A man who intentionally refrains from signing a pledge in order to avoid fulfillment of conditions is a cheat and unworthy of being a satyagrahi. But I can conceive an honest man just signing the pledge and straightway going to jail, even at the risk of losing prospective pledge takers and those who have taken the pledge. I would say that there is no immediate prospect of my giving the call. Sevagram, May 20, 1940. Harijan, May 25, 1940. 249. Our duty in view of further ruthless aggression by Nazi Germany and the fact that Britain is hard-pressed and going through deep waters today, does not non-violence demand that we should say to her that, while we do not resile in the very least from our position nor withdraw an iota of our demand so far as her relationship with us and our future are concerned, we do not desire to embarrass her in dire distress and will definitely, therefore, defer all thoughts and all talk of a civil disobedience movement for the time being. Do not our minds rebel against the very idea of a domination such as Nazism is avowedly standing for today? Is not the whole future of a humane civilization at stake? It is true that our independence from an alien rule is also a matter of life and death to us. But when Britain is up against an aggressor who is definitely pursuing barbarous methods, should we not make a timely and humane gesture which should in the end win the heart of our opponent? Even if such a gesture makes no impression on her and an honorable settlement is impossible, will it still not be the higher and enabling thing for us to offer non-violent battle when she is not beset on all sides? Will it not require greater strength in us and therefore mean greater and more lasting benefit, and will it not be a glorious example for a warring world? Will it not also be a proof that non-violence is preeminently a weapon of the strong? Perhaps this correctly represents the sentiment of several correspondents who have written to me since the Norwegian setback. 230. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. It is evidence of the nobility of the hearts of these correspondents. But there is want of appreciation of the reality. These letters ignore British nature. British people stand in no need of sympathy from subject people, for they can command all they want from them. They are a brave and proud people. They are not going to be demoralized by even half a dozen such setbacks. They are well able to cope with any difficulty that may face them. India has no say whatsoever in the manner in which she is to take her part in the war. She was dragged into the war by the mere wish of the British Cabinet. Her resources are being utilized at the will of the British Cabinet. India is a dependency, and Britain will drain the dependency dry as she has done in the past. What gesture has the Congress to make in these circumstances? the greatest gesture in its power the Congress is already making. It creates no trouble in the country. It refrains in pursuance of its own policy. I have said and I repeat that I shall do nothing willfully to embarrass Britain. It will be contrary to my conception of satyagraha. Beyond this it is not in the power of the Congress to go. Indeed, it is the duty of the Congress to prosecute its demand for independence and to continue the preparations for civil disobedience to the fullest extent it can. The nature of the preparations should be appreciated, to promote khadi and village industries, communal unity, removal of untouchability, prohibition, and to this end to enlist and train Congress members. Is this preparation to be suspended? I dare say that, if the Congress truly becomes non-violent and in pursuance of the policy of non-violence it successfully carries out the constructive work I have mentioned, it will be able to have independence without doubt. Then will be the time for India as an independent nation to decide what aid she should give to Britain and how. The Congress contribution to the cause of the Allies insofar as it may be good, and to the world peace, is its active pursuance of non-violence and truth and the prosecution of its goal of complete independence without abatement and without delay. Britain is really damaging her own cause by persistently refusing to examine the Congress position and recognize its justice and in raising false issues. The Constituent Assembly of the kind proposed by me provides for every difficulty except one, if it is a difficulty. It does not provide for British interference in the shaping of India's destiny. If that is put forth as a difficulty, the Congress. VOL. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 231. Must wait till it is acknowledged that it is not only no difficulty but that self-determination is India's indisputable right. In this connection let me refer to the letters I have received accusing me of unwillingness to declare civil disobedience under some pretext or other. These friends must know that I am more concerned than they in the successful demonstration of the weapon of non-violence. I am not giving myself a minute's rest from the pursuit of the search. I am ceaselessly praying for light. But I cannot precipitate civil disobedience because of outside pressure, even as I will not refrain because of such pressure. I know that this is the time of my greatest trial. I have overwhelming evidence to show that there is much violence in the hearts of many congressmen and that there is much selfishness. If congressmen were imbued with the true spirit of non-violence, we would have had independence in 1921 and our history would have been written differently. But I must not complain. I must work with the tools I have. Only let congressmen know the cause of my seeming inaction. Sevagram, May 20, 1940. Harijan, May 25, 1940. 250. Letter to Ramakrishna Sevagram, Wardha, May 20, 1940. DEAR Ramakrishna 1. Father tells me you are to have the Upanayana 2 ceremony. It means a new birth, regeneration. It means a resolution to lead a life of purity and service. Yours, BAPU from a photostat, GN. 746. Also CW 2804. Courtesy, Ramakrishna 251. Letter to KT Narasimhakar May 20, 1940. 3. My dear KHR, there is not likely to be any call. BAPU from a photostat, GN. 746. Also CW 2804. Courtesy, Ramakrishna. 1. Brother of KT Narasimhakar 2. Investiture with the sacred thread, a sacrament for caste Hindus 3. This and the preceding letter are written on the same sheet. 232. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 252. Letter to Jamnalal Bajai Sevagram, May 20, 1940. CHI. Jamnalal, I did not have the courage to write to Sarojini Devi. 1. Shri Kaju is no stranger to he is an eminent lawyer and was a minister in the Congress ministry. He held a high post. People should give up such attachments also. It appears M3 has failed. If so, she should not feel disappointed. She must study again and get through. One famous man who had failed 21 times kept on trying and got through at last. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3011-253. Letter to Balanath Sevagram, Wardham, May 20, 1940. Bhai Balanath, I think I have replied to your letter of March 26, 1940. I came across it today when I was going over my correspondence. Tell me how you are now. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 1377. 1 Vide telegram to Jamnal Bajai, May 18, 1940. 2 Vide also letter to KN Katu, May 29, 1940. 3 Addressee's younger daughter. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 233. 254 Letter to Tara Singh1 before May 21, 1940. 2. The Congress will stick to its Resolution 3 passed at the Lahore session of the Congress regarding communal rights of the Sikhs, meaning thereby that no communal solution will be accepted by the Congress which will not be acceptable to the Sikhs. The Hindustan Times, May 23, 1940. 255. Ashram Note Sevagaram, May 21, 1940. The work of cutting vegetables is disorganized. Under the rules, no one should drop out of vegetable cutting. This applies to all community activities. Whenever someone is unable to participate in such work, the person in charge of that work should be informed. Those who cannot participate in such activities should declare their inability once and for all. BAPU from Hindi, CW 4674, also GN. 6866 256. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sevagram, May 21, 1940. CHI. AMRIT, in spite of all effort I have failed to write before now. Reason, want of time. You said there was a letter for Kanu. It never came. The account of Yarn was received only yesterday. One leader of the Akali party. He had pointed out to Gandhiji that Abul Kalam Azad's statement that the Congress would accept the Pakistan scheme of the Muslim League if the same got the approval of the Muslims had caused much anxiety amongst the Congress-minded Sikhs, who did not like the idea of partition. 2. The report carrying the item is dated May 21, 1940. 3. Vide speech at Subjects Committee, AICC. II, December 30, 1929. 234. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I have made use of your question. I can't compliment you on it. There is no logic in it. I have let you down gently. The weather has changed for the better since yesterday. I sent you some letters. Lalita Kumari still here, she keeps none too well but gives no trouble. Her servants look after her. I had put her with me but she passes her time in Boz's room and is happy. Love BAPU from the original, CW 3969. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7278. 257. Letter to Kanvarji K. Parakh Sevagram, May 21, 1940. CHI. Kanvarji, I have your letter. It is not yet time for you to go to Raikot. If you build up your physical strength there, you will have taken one step forward. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9737. Also CW 717. Courtesy, Navajivan Trust. 258. Letter to Prithvi Singh Sevagram, May 21, 1940. Bhai Prithvi Singh, I have your 3 letters. You are not at all to blame in regard to Prabhakumari's case. But the case proves that it is necessary to be alert in all matters. Ahimsa requires non-possession, both mental and physical, and truth requires silence. If this is accepted, it will become easy to distinguish between violent and non-violent actions in all important matters. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 235. I find your case about going to Gaga rather weak. All athletes would endure the hardships you mention. I do not believe, from what you describe, that any very great shock is being given to reason. But the truth will soon be known. We will know how much those who attended benefited. I have spent myself in training people in ahimsa, but I have not wholly succeeded in cultivating it myself or in helping others to cultivate it. I am now looking to you. Blessings from BAPU from Gujarati, CW 2950. Courtesy, Prithvi Singh 259. Letter to Vithaldas Jarajani Savagram, Wardha, May 21, 1940. Bhai Vithaldas, I think we should not ask for contributions just yet. I have even written to Shankarlal Banker to this effect. We shall know in a month or so. Meanwhile we should think over the matter. How to improve the internal state of affairs. What should we do if we get no contributions? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9795 260. Letter to Manal G. Shah Savagram, May 21, 1940. CHI. Manal, by all means stay on there. You are making yourself fully useful and are getting some peace of mind. Kankan also gets it. Return only when you clearly feel that there is no further need for you to stray on. Ask Kankan to write to me sometime. Blessings from BAPU from the photostat of Gujarati, GN 8540. 236. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 261. Letter to Sushila Nayar. Stupid girl. May 21, 1940. What can I write to you? I know that it is very mean to go off leaving me in this condition. But if what I consider uncivilized attitude you consider duty, you must do your duty, and in that case it becomes my duty to encourage you in that. If you would listen to me, I would say that 1. You should not talk of going till you have not convinced me of your position. In other words, you must not go. And if that is not possible too, you should not utter a word about going till the mists have rolled away. Even mother, if she understood this, would not keep you in Delhi for a moment. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRLO Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 262. Letter to Krishnakandra Savagram, May 21, 1940. CHI. Krishnakandra, I did not say anything because I thought the work of vegetable cutting was proceeding smoothly. Now I have commented on it in my ashram. Note 1. Mahadev may not be looked upon as an inmate of the ashram. He cannot be spared even for a minute for community work. PRL's case is slightly different, but he too should not be pressed. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4342. 1 Vide Ashram Note, May 21, 1940. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 237. 263. Letter to G.D. Burla Savagram, Wardha, May 21, 1940. Bhai Ghanshyamdas, I have your letter. I have also written to Madhav 1. All of you must naturally be very sad at Sumitra's death. Still, do not such occasions serve to test our wisdom and faith? I trust you will all pass the test. Europe is now an arena of bloody strife. Be that as it may. I have hardened my heart. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, CW 8046. Courtesy, G.D. Burla 264. Letter to Manal G. Shah Savagram, Wardha, May 22, 1940. CHI. Manal, I have your letter. I could not reply by today's post. There is no need to send you a wire. Ask Kankan to write to me about the matter, and ask Balkrishna and Kanvarji also to write. I cannot also understand why Bajapao and Kankan are not on speaking terms. Is Balkrishna's work suffering in any way because of this tiff? He had some such fear, and if it is so they should let him alone. I can give my decision about you only after taking into account all these factors. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8539. Also CW 7090. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. One son of Ramesh Hordas Burla. 238. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 265. Letter to Manal Gandhi Sevagram, Warda, May 22, 1940 CHI. Manal, why do you feel ashamed to mention that Sushila is in her 7th month of pregnancy? And why do you feel unhappy? All one must do is to observe that utmost self-control. What more can one do? This is how life will go on. Yes, Sevagram is fast growing. Nobody can say how big it will grow. Here there is no possibility of my starting a struggle immediately. Baba and others may write what they please, but propriety requires that you should write nothing about Jinnah Sahib. If you do write, you should use polite language. This is my view. Certainly I would not want you to write or refrain from writing anything out of fear. I wrote what I thought best about the struggle there. But it was for you to decide whether or not to act upon it. Med came and saw me. I had long talks with him. He will call again. His daughter is getting married and so he went back on the same day. Ba's health is fine, considering her age. The rest are all right. I am not nursing any hope of any one of you coming here in the immediate future. Besides, it is a good thing that you are there and doing some service. Ramdas is with the Tatas, but he is very restless and has no peace of mind. His health also is not very good. Nimu is with him, of course. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 4913. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 239. 266. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sevagram, Warda, May 23, 1940. My dear Jawaharlal, read the enclosed and guide me. I have told the writer that his suggestion 1 attracts me, and if I see my way clear I shall act up to it in part or wholly. Love. Yours, BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1940. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 267. Letter to G. A. Nadasan Sevagram, Warda, May 23, 1940. DEAR Nadasan, you had a perfect right to send me your letter. What more can India as a subject country do than it is made to do? You do not suppose for one moment that they hesitate to take all they want from this country. The Congress has nothing but moral help to give. They have disabled India from doing more. India as a subject country cannot save Britain. India as a free country may. There is no want of will on my part. It is sheer want of ability. Hope your wife is better. Love, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN 2238. One Abdul Hai Abbasi of Lucknow had suggested that since communal troubles usually started in northern India, Gandhiji should settle in a village in UP where Muslims were in a majority. 240. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 268. Letter to Dilkush Biduwanji Sevagram, Warda, May 23, 1940. Bhai Dilkush, your letter is not at all long. The single-minded devotion with which you are working leaves you no time for any other thoughts. I can of course remove your financial difficulty, but I am of the view that it would be better if you fought your way through. I suppose you have trained weavers from among the local population. If not, please train more. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2646 269. Ashram Notes Sevagram, May 24, 1940. Owing to certain irritations, big and small, I have entered on a period of silence today. The silence will continue indefinitely. It will have to be broken when the working committee arrives. It will also be broken in other similar emergencies. At present there can be but one sadhana for me. For the silence is essential. Talking causes interruptions. I also find that silence saves my energy. I do not want to insist on anything anymore, and so beyond expressing my views on essential matters, I do not want to argue. BAPU from Hindi, CW 4674. Also GN 6686. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 241. 270. Letter to M. Mujib Savagram, Warda, May 24, 1940. My dear Mujib, Raju has been and gone to his place. He wants to work there if he can. I gave him all the time he wanted and put him in touch with Kaka's office. At his wish I have given him a note to Dr. Patabi. I am sure you will strike the balance between the two seemingly conflicting duties. Please tell Dr. Zakir that the Urdu school thing is being fixed up satisfactorily. Love. BAPU Professor Mujib Jamia Millia, New Delhi. From the original, CW 1466. Courtesy, M. Mujib 271. Letter to Amrit Kaur Savagram, Warda, May 24, 1940. CHI. Amrit, I have your translations. I must make time to read them. V. Hari 1 says he does not want any now. All the same, you must practice them. One never knows when the need will arise. Your corrections must be in ink for my eyes' sake, not mine. This week's articles will go in today, I hope. I have not got them from Kanu yet. No time for more just now. Nanabad has come in. I am silent indefinitely from 7:30 a.m. today. Love. BAPU. From the original, CW 3668. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6477. 1 Vyogi Hari, editor of Harjan Sevak. 242. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 272. Letter to Mrs. K.L. Ralia Ram Savagram, Warda, May 24, 1940. DEAR sister, what you say is true. I shall write, with what effect I do not know. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From the original, NAI file number 74. Courtesy, National Archives of India. Also GN 6836. 273. Letter to Shardabanji Shakawala. Savagram, Warda, May 24, 1940. CHI. Babudi, I have your 2 letters. I have Dr. Basker's detailed letter, too. It was good that you were sent there. Now you are bound to get well. Your mind is weak. Make it strong. Here the weather has changed since the 20th. The heat has very much decreased. All the same, it was good that you went. Shakarabin must be having a little more peace of mind. Let her stay on as long as it may be necessary. Blessings to all of you from Shardabin Shakawala Padadar Ashram Surat. BAPU. From the Gujarati original, CW 10028. Courtesy, Shardabanji Shakawala. 274. Letter to Mithradas Trikunji. CHI. Mithradas. Savagram, Warda, May 24, 1940. I wrote you a letter which you have not answered. VOL 78, 23 February 1940-15 July 1940. 243. Read what is written overleaf. It is a job for the corporation. It can be easily done. It means protecting the cows and the poor. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 275. Letter to Balvansana Savagram, May 24, 1940. CHI. Balvanjanha, I have gone through your letter. The thing is that Partner Carr says he cannot all by himself look after the 3 jobs. The milkroom, the cattle and the farming. He is therefore agreeable to cattle and farming being transferred to you. I like this arrangement, and then you have to help Partner Carr quite a lot in his work. Chimandal and Manal, to the extent they understand the problem, also approve. Partner Carr also accepts, if not wholly. The reason he advances is that he is short-handed. Under the circumstances, It becomes my duty to entrust cattle and farming to your care. I do not like the idea of forming a committee. You can take me to be the committee. If I need anyone's help I shall take it, otherwise I shall decide matters myself. In effect this will mean that many things will be left to you. As far as possible let the Goshala be as it is. If experience demands any change, it will be made. As for servants only those will remain who are good. We must grow our own vegetables. We are already using our own cotton. The fruit tree must be taken good care of. This is my view. But if for any reason your heart is not in this work, I shall not insist. If you wish to go to Nathji-1 for some days, do go. And if you wish to do some work on a larger scale, you should certainly do so. If you take up this work you should do so with feeling of satisfaction and as a duty. 1 Kedarnath Kulkarni. 244. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. You should not take it up on my account. Because I have no knowledge of these things. I want to entrust you with the work because you are here and I have confidence in you. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1944 276. Statement to the Associated Press 1 Warda, May 24, 1940. While hourly butchery is going on in the West and peaceful homes are being destroyed, I have no heart to say anything publicly in regard to Mr. Amory's statement in answer to Mr. Wedgwood Ben in the House of Commons. To suffice it to say that I would leave no stone unturned to bring about a peaceful and honorable settlement of the present deadlock. The Hyderabad, May 25, 1940. 1. This was also published in Harijan, January 6, 1940, under the title Will Leave No Stone Unturned. Gandhi was lying in his cottage with a wet piece of cloth over his head on account of the blazing heat when the Associated Press representative presented Amory's statement in the Commons to Gandhiji. Gandhiji read the statement carefully and then appeared to think deeply for a few minutes. He then took paper and pencil and himself wrote out the statement. 2. On May 23, L.S. Amory, Secretary of State for India, had said in the Commons, "The attainment by India of full and equal partnership in the British Commonwealth is the goal of our policy. We recognize, as my predecessor made clear in his speech on April 18, that it is for Indians themselves to play a vital part in devising a form of constitution best adapted to India's conditions and India's outlook. The promise already given that the present scheme of the Act of 1935 and the policy and plans on which it is based are to be open for re-examination at the end of the war necessarily implies discussion and negotiation, and not dictation. We have no desire to delay any of the steps that may pave the way towards an agreed settlement that will take account of the legitimate claims of all communities and interests. On the contrary, we have been, and are only too anxious to make our contribution towards such a settlement." VOL. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 245. 277. Letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli before May 25, 1940, 1 Chi. VG, I have your letter as also the beautiful handkerchiefs. I have started using them. Do write to me about father. I hope you are calm. You must have got my letter. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 7106. Also CW 4598. Courtesy, Vijayabanam Pankoli. 278. Telegram to Sikandar Hayat Khan 2. Warda May 25, 1940, 3. Sir Sikandar Hayat Khan. Confidential. Much obliged your WIRE 4. Sufficient. Declarations. OF. Support. Have. Been. Made. IT. Should be enough if Congress does not obstruct. Obviously Congress cannot go beyond. What? BAF. FLES. MEIS. British. Obstinacy. Make. Unequivocal. Declaration that India is free country, having full right to shape her destiny without British interference. Without such declaration and consequent action, SOFAR possible during war, moral forces cannot work. This PERSONAL reaction to your wire am conferring with Maulana and Jawaharlal. Hope you are quite well. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 10883. Courtesy, CR Narasimhan. 1 from the reference of receipt of the handkerchiefs in letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli, May 25, 1942. Punjab landowner, leader of the Unionist Party and Premier of the Punjab. 3. The source gives no date. However, copies of this telegram and the one which it answered were forwarded by Mahadev Desai to Rajagopalachari on May 25. 4 inches. The addressee had appealed to Gandhiji and the Congress for wholehearted support of prosecution of war in interests of civilization and of safety of India. 246. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 279. Letter to Abdul Dadar Beg, May 25, 1940. Dear Mirza Sheb, here with Shri Garg's reply to your indictment. I would like to have your reaction to it. Political differences there will be, but all bitterness between parties should be avoided. Yours sincerely. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 280. Letter to Amrit Kaur Savagram, Warda, May 25, 1940. CHI. Amrit, I told you Mira had gone to Bundla. I have an enthusiastic account from her. Lalita Kimari is braving the heat quite cheerfully. She is quite happy being here. Lilavati has no plans. S. Allen does not want to be happy. She thinks everybody is at her. Valjibhai's address is Harijan Ashram, Sabarmati. Surely I have been writing to you fairly regularly, why should you feel depressed? The Allies seem to be losing ground everywhere. These are the fortunes of war. You must not one grieve over these things. The slaughter is awful, but it is part of the fame. All parties know what is what. If it is the personal element that depresses you, it is worse than childishness. Let us forget ourselves in this dance of death. And then you have your day's work for you. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3669. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6478. 1. The source has this scribbled in pencil in somebody else's hand. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 247. 281. Letter to Mira bin Savagram, Warda, May 25, 1940. CHI. Mira, I have your chatty letter. I envy you your scenery. But I have to be in the midst of the storm. I have taken indefinite silence since yesterday for the sake of peace and work. It will break for the working committee or accidents. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 6453. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN. 10048 282. Letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli Savagram, Warda, May 25, 1940. CHI. Vijaya, I have already written to you. I have also acknowledged receipt of the handkerchiefs. I understand about the mangoes. I shall deal with them when they arrive. They will be finished in a day. Pay a flying visit whenever you wish to. Nainabai had been here for a couple of days. He had come for some work concerning Bhavnagar. The rest are fine. Blessings from PS. The mangoes have arrived. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 7128. Also CW 4620. Courtesy, Vijayavanam Pankoli. 248. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 283. Letter to Sushila Nayar Savagram, May 25, 1940 CHI. Sushila, your last sentence was unbecoming of you. I do not want a relevant truth, I do not want a half-truth, I want the whole truth. Think over its meaning. So long as you are at Savagram, the question of what your duty and mine is does not arise at all. You may well believe that you are here on my account, and I may think that because you are here I should take service from you. When there is an occasion to go out, I am faced with a dilemma, not you. If, thinking otherwise, I act differently, then it is self-deception. That cannot happen in Savagram because I am already taking service from you. If this distinction is not clear to you, let both of us leave the matter to God. When God reveals to us your or my mistake, you or I shall correct it. I have told you that so long as the mists have not rolled away, you must stay. If you do not feel certain about it, do as you like. Do nothing under any pressure. Do only what brings you self-satisfaction. Ultimately, only what you think to be your duty would be your duty. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. VOL, 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 249. 284. Letter to Sushila Nayar Savagram, May 25, 1940. Stupid girl, you really are stupidity incarnate. I do not understand your letter at all. How have you become a sinner because I told you an untruth? I want to keep you with me, but not by making you believe an untruth. It was due to love that I resorted to the untruth. There was attachment in that love. How are you at fault in that? If at all, it is I who should undertake a fast. But I will not do so because my untruth was not so very sinful. If you undertake a fast, you will cause me pain and add to the wrong which you are doing. If you are keen to see your mistake, abide in peace. So long as I am here, you will continue to serve. Then you will see your mistake. But if you cannot endure it, do go. One day you will discover your mistake and laugh. You have your reason for staying whether I believe in it or not. You can stay out of the ashram if I go out and do not take you along. Why run away now? Why are you not ashamed of running away? What did I write to hurt you? What should I write? I am ashamed of your stupidity. I should certainly fast to cure you of your stupidity. This is not tragic. It is comic. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 285. Letter to Sushila Nayar Savagram, May 25, 1940 CHI. Sushila, it was not a question of my being insulted. You insulted yourself. But if you are not able to see it, there is nothing I can do. I have not taken it as an insult to me. Read my words again. I see that there is a vast difference in our outlooks. What should I do to persuade you? How can I persuade you? I can say. 250. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Nothing more. How is one to prove that red is red? For you it is sufficient to say that what I see as red appears yellow to you. I have expressed my feelings to you. If you cannot discover any meaning in what I say, how can I find another language to explain it? Even when I took you along with me, it was not the question. I have already explained that. The question was there even then. That is why I said that I resorted to untruth in order to keep you with me. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 286. Letter to Prabhudas Gandhi. Seagram, Wardha, May 25, 1940. CHI. Prabhudas. Your letter came into my hands only after 15th of May. You may come whenever you wish to. Accommodation will be found for you. A number of buildings have now been put up. The rest when we meet or, in case you do not come, when the question is decided. Krishna is still at Nasik. Blessings from Shri Prabhudas Gandhi. BAPU. Asifpur. DISTT Badwan. UP. From the Gujarati original, SN. 33050. VOL. 78. 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 251. 287. Letter to Balvan Sinha. Savagram, May 25, 1940. CHI. Balvan Sinha, have a talk with Prahlad. The question of giving him the charge of he land does not arise now. About a house we shall see in November. You have done well in pointing out the mistake in Nanamoda 1. Blessings from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1935. BAPU. 288. Letter to Krishnakandra Savagram, May 25, 1940 CHI. Krishnakandra, what you desire is of course good. It is, however, advisable to keep patience as long as my letters do not reach you in the natural course. I shall remember your wish. It will be fulfilled in its own good time. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4343. 289. Letter to Brer Krishna Chandiwala Savagram, Warda, May 25, 1940 CHI. Brer Krishna, I have read your letter to Rakumar. None of you is to be selected to render such service as you can. If the battle is joined, truth. 1 Vide Ashram Note, May 24, 1940, and the reference to big and small irritations for which Gandhiji had used this Gujarati expression instead of its Hindi equivalent chotmot. 2 Presumably for individual civil disobedience. 252. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. And falsehood will stand revealed. You must do something in the villages if you can. I am keeping good health. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 2481. 290. Letter to Lord Linlithgow Sagaon, Warda, May 26, 1940 DEAR Lord Linlithgow, many thanks for your letter of 19th instant. Enclosed here with you will find copied of the wires that have passed between Sir Sikandar and myself when my wire represents only my personal position. I feel that so long as Britain refuses to make an unequivocal declaration, her moral position must remain doubtful. But my object in writing this letter is not to ventilate my grievances. It is to place before you my reaction to the war situation. The latest development seems to be most serious. Want of truthful news is tantalizing. I suppose it is inevitable. But assuming that things are as black as they appear to be for the Allied cause, is it not time to sue for peace for the sake of humanity? I do not believe Herr Hitler to be as bad as he is portrayed. He might even have been a friendly power as he may still be. It is due to suffering humanity that this mad slaughter should stop. If there is anything in my proposition and if the British Cabinet desire it, I am prepared to go to Germany or anywhere required to plead for peace, not for this interest or that but for the good of mankind. This may be a visionary's idea. But as your friend I owe it to pass it to you. Perchance it may be wisdom more than a vision too. 1 Vide telegram to Sikandar Hayat Khan, May 25, 1942. The Viceroy in his letter of June 3 replied, His Majesty's government have done their best in the past to avoid that struggle and to keep it to the extent that it proved inevitable within the narrowest limits practicable. But they are clear in their own resolution that the war must be pursued until the objects for which they are fighting have been achieved. Nor can they place any objects for which they are fighting have been achieved. Nor can they place any reliance in the light of events on any undertaking or any promise that Herr Hitler might give to them. There is nothing for it but to go on until victory is won. VOL. 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 253. You have 2 sons and son-in-law on active service. May it be well with them. I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a printed copy, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 291. Note to Amrita Lal Chatterjee, May 26, 1940. I am sorry you discover nothing but violence, hypocrisy and untouchability here. There is nothing confidential in your letter. You shall talk to all the people here. As I am silent, I shall not be able to do much. Even in supervision you can serve. But you are free to choose your work. But how can you live in the midst of violence, hypocrisy, etc.? You must chalk out a program for yourself. I am sorry, but I am helpless. BAPU from a photostat, CW 1499. Courtesy, A.K. Sen. 292. Letter to Chandan Kalilkar Sivagaram, Warda, May 26, 1940. CHI. Chandan, what a woman you are! I should not have allowed you to go away from Sivagaram. You ought to be where you belong, no matter whether you remain well or ill. Now observe the rules of food, etc., and get well soon. It will be nice if you can come and spend some time here. You seem to have completely given up writing to me. Blessings from BAPU. From a copy of the Gujarati, CW 954. Courtesy, Satish D. Kalilkar. 1. The addressee had sought Gandhiji permission to work amongst the Harijans of Sivagaram instead of doing supervision work in the ashram. 254. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 293. Kerala Congress 1 Mine of Tikharuddin, after his visit to Kerala, reported to me that the differences between rival groups that were hampering real progress in Kerala had been settled. I was happy to have the report. But letters since received from Kerala go to show that the settlement was superficial. I have before me a long resolution passed by the Kerala Provincial Congress Committee which condemns almost all my acts and writings, ridicules the constructive program, and yet to fulfill the letter of the Congress law half-heartedly endorses the Congress resolution. I suggest to the Kerala congressmen who are responsible for the resolution that this is neither good soldiership nor sportsmanship. The letter killeth, the spirit giveth life. Congressmen should understand the spirit of the resolution and carry it out. They will put life into me themselves. If they cannot, it will be brave and honorable to resist in a dignified manner the present leadership and program. The resolution before me merely confounds the people to whom it is addressed. I hope that the leaders of the majority group in Kerala will realize their mistake and retrace their steps. But whether they do so or not, the minority who have faith in the program should quietly pursue it and by their solid work impress the people with their sincerity. Sivagaram, May 27, 1940. Harijan, January 6, 1940. 294. Letter to Manal G. Shah, Sivagaram, May 27, 1940. CHI. Manal, I got both your letters only today. For the present please remain there. I understand about your fall. I see no need for you to broadcast it. When I permitted you to go there, I had expected this would happen. But I did not want to stop you forcibly. You were mentally meeting her every day. It was better that you should meet physically also, if it had to be so. Now it is best that you should resume living together. Surely living together does not necessarily one. This appeared under the heading Notes. VOL 78, 23 February, 1940-15 July, 1940. 255. Mean sharing the same bed. If, even while living together, you can both observe self-control, that will be a great thing. You should test each other while you are there. I think that would be the best thing. Having written this much, I started feeling sleepy and so the mind got confused. Do not lose heart. Blessings from P.S. BAPU. I shall not write to Kankan or anyone else today. It is the day for Harijan. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8538. Also CW 7091. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 295. Not yet. The reader will find in another column Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia's plea for immediate civil disobedience. I endorse his prescription for ensuring world peace. For enforcing the acceptance of his prescription he would have immediate civil disobedience. Here I must join issue. If Dr. Lohia subscribes to my conception of the working of non-violence, he will at once admit that the present is no atmosphere for influencing the Britisher in the right direction through civil disobedience. Dr. Lohia agrees that the British government should not be embarrassed. I fear that any step towards direct action is bound to cause them embarrassment. If I start now, the whole purpose of civil disobedience will be defeated. I would unhesitatingly declare civil disobedience if the country was demonstrably non-violent and disciplined. But unfortunately we have many groups outside the Congress who believe in neither non-violence nor civil disobedience. In the Congress itself there are all shades of opinion about the efficacy of non-violence. Congressmen who believe in the application of non-violence for the defense of India can be counted on the fingertips. Though we have made great strides towards non-violence, we have not arrived at a stage when we can hope to be unconquerable. Any false step at the present time may end in the loss of the great moral prestige the Congress has gained. We have sufficiently demonstrated that the Congress has done with 256. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Imperialism, and that it will not be satisfied with anything less than the unfettered right of self-determination. If the British government will not suo to declare India as a free country having the right to determine her own status and constitution, I am of opinion that we should wait till the heat of the battle in the heart of the Allied countries subsides and the future is clearer than it is. We do not seek our independence out of Britain's ruin. That is not the way of non-violence. But we shall have many opportunities of demonstrating our power if